Good evening. I'd like to call the business meeting of the Portland Board of Public Education to order. It's February 15th, 2022, and we are meeting in a blended format with some of us here at Casco Bay High School and others joining us via Zoom. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair, Ms. Bondo. Mr. Burke.
Here.
Ms. Russell Better.
Here.
Ms. Biliu.
Here.
Mr. Youssef.
Here.
Ms. Aswami. Mr. McLaughlin.
Here.
Mr. Alzamili. Ms. Santiago. Ms. Diu.
Here.
And Chair Figdor.
Here. Excellent. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Portland Public Schools recognizes the original inhabitants of the land on which our city and schools stand, the Wolastoqiyik, or Maliseet, Micmac, Penobscot, and Passamaquoddy tribes, collectively known as the Wabanaki Confederacy, or people of the Dawnland. We are honored to have Wabanaki children among our students today, and as a district, we're committed to making the past, present, and future of Wabanaki peoples visible in our schools and classrooms. With that, I am going to open it up for public comment. We are going to start our meeting as is customary with a public comment period. So this is an opportunity for the public to address the board on issues that the board is not voting on tonight. For issues on which we're voting tonight, there will be an opportunity when we get to that agenda item. And I believe our only vote tonight on a substantive matter is on the capital improvement plan, the CIP. So with that, if you do want to address the board, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom or come to the podium at the front of the room, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Please start by telling us your name and your street address. So is there anyone who would like to address the board?
Okay. I think I don't have a dry run at this. Okay, so it's Mr. John Russo, and the address is 1455 Riverton Road here in Portland. So let's see. I'll start off with, I guess, a piece of history, since it is Black History Month. So in 1706, Onesimus was the first Black to introduce inoculation against smallpox to the American colony. So just found that kind of an interesting piece of history, that I have a book on the first 500 years of Blacks First, which I find very fascinating. So I hope next month we have a different culture that we can learn about. So anyways, so I come here because last month was my first meeting here, and because I'm seeing stuff here in the school system that I am disagreeing with. And so, and now I see where it stems from, and I'm seeing it comes from what I saw in this last meeting. So I guess one of the words that kind of describes it to me is, I feel like there's a bit of elitism that's going on here. There's like a disconnect between reality and what's real. And so I'm going to continue to listen try with an open mind. But my question, I guess, to you, Mr. Superintendent, and to the school board, how do you take care of people who disagree with what you're trying to promote and what you're trying to push for? So do you listen to people who don't necessarily agree with what is being taught? So I guess that's my question, and that's where I'm going to leave it. And I'll continue to try to put input throughout the evening when the opportunity arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. And just to make clear, it is customary for us not to engage in a back and forth in response to input from the public. But we're here to listen and take in what you have to say. So thank you so much for joining us again tonight. Okay, if there are any members of the public who are on Zoom who would like to address the board, please use the raise your hand feature and you will have 3 minutes. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up, so we're going to close the public comment period and move to my report of the chair. And tonight I just had 2 brief things. One, I wanted to touch on COVID, and then 2, I wanted to touch on our upcoming budget. With respect to COVID, I want to thank all the members of the public who have emailed asking how we are going to respond to the evolving pandemic. And, we have throughout the last 2 years evolved as we've needed to, following the science, taking all the precautions we need to, but always continuing to evolve. And as we see the Omicron wave starting to decline and decline substantially, we'll continue to evolve. But we'll do so ensuring that we take every measure needed to protect our students and our staff and community. That said, I'm optimistic that we will get to a better place and a place where we're able to resume some of the normalcy that we had pre-pandemic. So with a lot of optimism, I want to thank everyone for their patience and grace and continued efforts to endure as we get to, I think, the official 2-year mark of the pandemic. Moving on to the budget, as the superintendent will unveil his budget on March 15th, so exactly a month from today. And I want to say that I think it's going to be a tough budget year, given that inflation is at a 40-year high. Inflation has risen 7.5%, and that has very real impacts on our school budget. So I want to encourage my fellow school board members, as well as members of the public, if as you have questions about the budget or the budget process as we get ready to start the FY23 budget process, please let me know if I can help in any way. Because I think it's going to take our leadership as a board, the creativity of the superintendent and his cabinet and team, and the work of the community to pass a budget that continues to make progress, that doesn't just stand still or backtrack, but enables us to continue to make progress, to achieve the Portland Promise, which we know we have the responsibility to our students and our children to do so. So with that, now that's the end of my public comment, my end of my report as the chair. I'm going to turn now typically to the report of the students. And Natalie Santiago of Deering High School was prepared to give the report for Deering tonight. However, for a very good reason, the Deering basketball team, of which she's a member, is in the quarterfinals, and it's tomorrow. So she went to practice tonight in advance of the big game, and she's going to join us via Zoom later if she can. If not, her report will be uploaded to board docs. It might be there already. And I encourage all of the board and everyone else who is interested to read the latest update from Deering. And so, again, if Natalie is able to join us, we will turn to her as soon as we can to hear her report. With that, I'm going to turn to the superintendent for his report. Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And it's always good to not have to follow one of the students since they always do better than I do. So tonight, though, I want to begin my remarks by recognizing our facilities coordinator, Doug Sherwood. And I believe Doug is in the audience today. I don't know if we can pin him. There he is. Hello, Doug, who's
Hello, sir.
retiring at the end of this month. Doug has been with the district for over 20 years in a number of capacities, but always as part of our facilities work and always with a commitment to ensuring that our buildings are as well maintained as possible, given the constant struggle for adequate resources to sustain them. And that's something that Doug has grappled with and fought hard for all of this time. In the nearly 6 years that I've had the pleasure of working with Doug, there's so many things that stand out that it's hard to enumerate them. He's my go-to source for historical knowledge about our capital improvement plan. He has encyclopedic knowledge of what was, what wasn't, and often a very clear recollection of the why associated with each of those projects. He's a rigorous keeper of files. When someone asks for something obscure about our buildings, you can honestly assume that if he doesn't have it, it no longer exists. And he has the coolest email salutation of anyone I have ever worked with. Anyone who's ever received an email from Doug notices this convention, which is a carryover from his days in the military, and make him endearing to all. So as you roll off, Doug, know that you will be missed greatly. Facilities Coordinator Sherwood, Doug, may your retirement bring you good health, less stress, and more time for your wife and grandchildren. Thank you for everything that you've done for the Portland Public Schools over the years. We will miss you. And we have some parting gifts for you. Obviously, you are remote, so I'll bring it to the office for you, but this is, our amazing poster of the Portland Public Schools framed for you to put in a place of honor in your home. And we also have a certificate for you. So I will bring those things to the office and have them there for you. But Doug, thank you so much for everything that you've done for the Portland Public Schools and that you will continue to do through the end of this month. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Butana. Could I have a time for a few comments?
Absolutely.
Though most of you know me be quiet, behind the scenes, active listener, I may need more than 3 minutes tonight, and hopefully you can oblige. It has truly been an honor and a privilege to work with and for so many professionals who care so passionately about our students and their future, as well as in a community where education remains an important cornerstone. It really does take a village, and I have been fortunate to be part of so many transformative changes that I believe have already made and will continue to make significant changes in our future and impacts on our community. We have built 3 brand new schools and are finishing up 5 major renovations, with East End being the first new school in the city of Portland over 30 years when it opened in 2006, and the last BFOF project, likely Longfellow, to be completed in 2024. We've had 2 major multi-million-dollar energy projects, which have saved Portland taxpayers millions of dollars to invest elsewhere, as well as our recent investment in alternative energy to generate 70% of our electrical need within the coming year. We've also had the experience of, and I know some people regretted it, others have welcomed it, of carving up paths to welcome Casco Bay High School, and for a brief period of time, district office as well. One of the other significant changes since my tenure arrival in May of 2000, we only had 1 school then where we had a phone in every classroom. New technology, voice over IP, allowed us now to have a telephone, not only in every classroom and every school building, but every office and occupied space throughout the district. Again, when I first arrived, we notified folks of emergencies or situations or school closures using reverse 911. Well, I can tell you School Messenger has been a godsend and something that John Cord and I work to bring to the district and then use in many other different places to get notice and word out to parents. So again, we've also been very concerned about safety of our students. When I first came, there were 3 buildings in the district that had over 22 keyed entries. We tried to get that down to the state number of around 5 or 6 and have a designated point of entry for the public and students on a regular basis that hopefully in not too distant future, we'll finally have each one of those entrances controlled by a buzzer system intercom, and video. We've also spent the last year on years in COVID enhancing air quality and embracing new technology to improve safety and health of students. I've also had the opportunity during my tenure to connect with students over my 2 decades here with this district. I was proud and honored to work with students at Moore Middle School as a mentor in the Winning Project Citizen Team. I've worked many projects with students at Portland High regarding energy and environmental issues. We created the first of its kind in the state cafeteria food waste separation program that is successful because of students. Behind the scenes, working with the board's sustainability policy, also reinforcing our commitment to the environment. I most recently have worked with Food Fuels Learning School Gardens program, and that's become a godsend for many students and activities to bring learning outdoors, and along with obviously the recent launch of our outdoor learning during COVID. I've even seen a lot of people come and go, obviously, at least 5 or 6 superintendents, I believe. But notables include my office neighbor when I finally moved into my office in Martins Point office block from a location endeared to me when I first came to work for the school department on the veranda overlooking the bay. The private office next to me belonged to legislator and current USM President Glenn Cummings. And later on, in around 2010, when we had our first major initiative on security and emergency preparedness, one of my partners was a lieutenant from the Portland School Department, who's now the State Commissioner of Public Safety, Michael Soschuk. Where they have moved on, I have until now given everything I could to improve teaching and learning. I have not done this alone. As I said earlier, it takes a village of dedicated professionals to succeed. Our maintenance and custodial professionals have gone above and beyond, and the city's parks and recreation and public work staff have been there when we needed them. Both groups care about the health and safety and learning environment of our students and the health of our staff. Now it's time for me to move on away from the 24/7, 365 facilities life that has been the way I've gone for so long now, even in my military days, to get some sleep, do a little traveling, and spend more time with those I hold most dear, as the superintendent said, family, particularly my grandchildren. I will close with 2 stories I will never forget in my tenure here at Portland Public Schools. Have nothing to do with success, more so to do with the sheer terror of what happens if you don't do things the way you should do them. While checking snow load alone on the roof of Portland High School about 10 years ago, after a snow and ice storm, I fell and almost slid off the edge. And another job checking the snow load almost knee deep on the hall school roof when someone else thought everyone was off the roof and locked the hatch, so I couldn't get off the roof. But you know, you worry about some things like that, but I walked to the front. I was all covered in snow, knee deep, and a young child out front said, "Dad, is that Santa Claus?" So there was a good ending to how that comes together. Thank you all. It's been a long and very productive and personally benefiting tour. Thank you.
Doug, thank you. I'd never heard those stories. So I love being able to hear those as you depart. So thank you again for everything that you've done, and we will miss you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we honor Talbot Community School teacher Cindy Sewell, Maine's 2021 Teacher of the Year, who last week received another high accolade, being named a winner of a Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching, which carries a $10,000 award from the National Science Foundation. Ms. Sewell, who is a literacy coach at Talbot, is one of just 2 Maine teachers to be awarded a presidential award this year, both in the science category. They're among only about 100 educators from around the nation to be named as 2022 awardees. President Biden recognized the award recipients on February 8th. Cindy Sewell, as many of you know, is an amazing teacher who continues to make us proud. Her work to integrate science learning with other subjects helps bring relevance and engagement to her young students. As a teacher leader, she shares her expertise and engages her colleagues in side-by-side learning and growth. Her activism and commitment to anti-racist practice serves as an example to all of us of what we strive for as a district. She exemplifies the outstanding educators we're fortunate to attract and work to retain in the Portland Public Schools. In addition to the $10,000 award, each awardee will receive a certificate signed by President Biden and would also travel to Washington, D.C. for an award ceremony and professional development and advocacy in their fields at a future date. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Sewell on this well-deserved honor. And Cindy, I believe you're also in the audience.
I am. Thank you,
All
Superintendent Patana and the school board for acknowledging this award. I have a little story too. So part of the process once you're nominated is a 45-minute video. And I did that video on Friday, March 13th, our last in-person day. And I wasn't prepared to teach, but I knew my son was at Bowdoin at the time. Bowdoin had closed, and I knew there was a likelihood that we would not be back. I didn't anticipate for the entire spring. But I had set up with a student from PAPS. They were going to come over at a later date. So this was just an unprepared lesson. And the reason I share that is not to reflect on me or that I did it in this hard time or this unknown time, but because it represents the ways that teachers have reacted to and flexed and adapted to this pandemic. We are constantly being shown things that we weren't expecting, and we've been constantly facing challenges that we have to overcome. And that moment always sticks in my mind as Friday, March 13th, I did this video, and there was a student who didn't have their media permissions filming it on an iPad, and here we are today celebrating not really me, because that work that I did and showed in that lesson is reflective of the collaboration of all my colleagues that I've worked with, but particularly my 3rd and 4th grade teams. And I really, it's something that I see every day when I'm in schools. I see the collaboration. I see the practice of hope. I see the beautiful ways that we're wrapping our students with kindness and encouragement, and our belief that we are going to navigate this, and we are really moving into an opportunity. And for me, science and the way that I and my colleagues are teaching science integrated with literacy offers such hope for the future to disrupt that opportunity gap and narrow it, and engage our learners not only to learn about the natural world around them and sense make together, but to learn critical thinking skills that are going to be so important to our world's future. And I want to also just take a minute to acknowledge our STEM coordinator, Brooke Teller. Her belief in me, her leadership in this field has been so important, because I have all this background in literacy, but I was not a science major in college. I love the natural world. I did take science classes, but her sharing her expertise and helping us guide and navigate our young learners to big sense and to, she's just so inspiring. So, thank you, Brooke, and for your belief and your encouragement. And I really am just excited to be here. And I think this award is just an opportunity to see what's coming in the future, more science, more integrated science. So as you're making decisions, just know that this work has been the most powerful in my 20 plus years in Portland schools at inspiring students to dream a future for themselves and be equipped with the skills that they need: reading, writing, speaking, and listening. So thank you again, and have a lovely evening.
Congratulations, Cindy. And so while Cindy is exceptional, there are many amazing teachers in the Portland Public Schools. Just last week, I received notice from the Maine Department of Education that we have a record 19 nominees for the 2022 Maine Teacher of the Year. They've been nominated for this by their students or families or a colleague. It is early in the process, and some of these folks may decide not to pursue further, but all of them are deserving of our recognition and gratitude. We will keep you posted as we move through this process. I'm happy to announce that Eric Boucher has agreed to become our next Director of Transportation for the district. Mr. Boucher brings extensive management, transportation, and logistics experience, most recently as the Terminal Director for STA Ledgmere Transportation's contract for school bus service in York and Kittery School District. The combined size of their fleets was similar to ours. Eric stood out to our interview team as uniquely qualified to lead the department in a challenging moment in time. Eric is scheduled to start work at PPS this Friday, February 18th. I would like to thank Joel Thoitz for his service as Transportation Director this year. Joel has agreed to return to his role as Operations Manager when Eric assumes his new position. I'm grateful for Joel's commitment to Portland Public Schools. I know that his experience and expertise will be invaluable to Eric in the transition. Yesterday, pre-K lottery applications opened, and that will end on March 4th. Kindergarten registration starts on Monday, February 28th, and I urge all families with students who will be 4 or 5 years old by July 1st to take advantage of this early opportunity to register their children for school. Last Wednesday, the State Board of Education voted not to recommend our request to be rated for the Integrated Consolidated 916 program. While I'm disappointed in this decision, I was more heartened by the positive response to the vision that we articulated and the recognition that our need is great. In my remarks, I urged the board to accelerate the process because the fact that the legislature has devoted resources to this program that are sitting untapped almost a decade later, when facilities needs are so great, does not speak well for their stewardship. I was therefore pleased to hear the Maine DOE representative say that they're working on a new competition for this program for this spring. Once this is announced, I look forward to working with the board, staff, students, and other stakeholders to shape a formal application for this valuable opportunity. I believe we are uniquely positioned in the state to present a winning application. Tomorrow, our parent university will host a session on understanding the college application process. The session is open to all and will be interpreted in all languages so that families get access to information and support on getting their students ready to apply for college, including how to complete financial aid applications and other important steps in this process. The session is scheduled to begin at 6:30 and is on Zoom. You can find registration information in the banner at the top of our webpage. I also want to let the board and members of the public know that we will be hosting a community budget forum on Monday, March 7th at 6:30 p.m., also on Zoom. This event has traditionally been hosted by the Public Affairs Committee as an opportunity to remind residents of key aspects of our budget process, including the timeline, the funding sources, and preview this year's conditions ahead of the formal beginning of the budget process, which you heard earlier will be on Tuesday, March 15th. I hope that many residents will take this opportunity to engage and understand what will be a challenging budget environment. The board's finance committee met last Thursday and had a preview of some of those challenges. That meeting is recorded and can be watched on the district's YouTube channel. Next, we want to provide you with an analysis of the staff and family survey we conducted in the wake of our remote instruction day on January 31st. As you recall, remote days are student attendance days, and we will not need to make them up at the end of the school year. Preemptively making the remote day call enables families time to plan rather than having to do that at the last minute. However, to make those days work requires a great deal of collaboration and planning in order to ensure that they're academically valuable for our students. Here to share insights from the survey are Assistant Superintendent Malia Nally, and also remotely, I believe, Technology Integration Coordinator, Courtney Graffias. I also want to thank Executive Director of Data and Technology, Gavin Goodall, for his help in pulling the survey data together.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Courtney is not here with me this evening, but she, along with Gavin, helped to pull all of this data together, as well as supported our schools significantly with this process. So I did want to acknowledge her as well. So just quickly to make sure folks have a sense of what the expectations are in terms of the remote day, we would only use this when we have time to plan in advance. So this wouldn't be something, for example, we would call the night before the morning of a snow day. Specifically, we need our elementary students to be able to get their technology home. Teachers need a little bit of time to prepare to kind of redo their lessons. And then we also need to prepare for food distribution. And so we have what we call guideposts at the district level. They're a little bit more spelled out at elementary as compared to secondary for what should happen on a remote snow day. So at the elementary level, students should have a live morning meeting, and then they'll have a mix of what we call synchronous and asynchronous learning through their Google Meets. They might have work packets, and they'd be using their learning management system, Seesaw and Google Classroom. And then for the middle and high school, they really just follow their daily schedule on Google Meets with some modifications to the length of the synchronous time based on the lesson and assignment. So students aren't having to be on their computer the entire day. So that's kind of the expectations or the plan. And so then, as you know, we wanted to get feedback from families and educators about their experience to help inform whether or not we would change course or stay the course, or if we need to make any tweaks. So here is a snapshot of some of the data we got from the family survey. I'm really happy to say that we had about 1,000 families reply to the survey. It went out in multiple languages, so we were pretty excited to get that level of response. What you can see here on the top is that the majority said that the learning experience was adequate to very good. So those slides look a little fuzzy, but that could be my vision. But basically the pink middle column and then the two blues, pink represents adequate, and then there's good, and then very good. So the clear majority said it was adequate to very good. Then down below, you see the response to the question, do you want to stay the course? And that's broken up into 3 graphs. First, there's elementary, then middle, then high school. And the blue represents yes, the red is no, and the orange is that I'm unsure. So across all grade spans, the majority of families said, yes, I would like to stay the course with using remote snow days when we're able to do so. And clearly the elementary data is the most mixed of the 3 grade levels. So then we asked our staff the same similar set of questions. From this, we had about 400 educators who took the survey. So again, we had a pretty good response rate. And what you're seeing here is that the majority recommends staying the course. And so the top chart, the big graphs there, orange is yes, stick with the plan, blue is no. And then over to the right, it's just broken down by different positions. And so the first graph with the biggest kind of bars is our teachers, and then we have administrators and specialists. But across all position groups, people said, the majority said to stay the course. And then we also asked our educators their perception of educational benefit. And so specifically, we asked, do you perceive there to be more or less educational benefit to doing a remote snow day as compared to adding additional days at the end of June? And so once again, we see that the majority said that they believe there was more educational benefit to using a remote snow day as compared to adding days at the end of June. That being said, it wasn't overwhelmingly so, because the blue there is no, the orange is yes, more educational benefit, and then the red is people weren't unsure. So if you add the unsure and the no together, it's, it looks a little bit bigger. And then the other graph, I don't think we need to go deep into, but it just looks at that by role again. We looked at data on our learning management systems as well. We were just curious and interested in the extent to which students were online through the learning management systems that we used. So I have pulled out just a couple snapshots of some of that data. There's some additional slides in our appendix. And thanks to Gavin and Courtney, we have kind of all sorts of different cuts of this, but this one shows participation on Seesaw. So that's the platform we use for the early elementary grades. And so the top, the blue shows the percent that were on Seesaw during the day, and the red is the percent that weren't. So what you see here is that the majority of students were on Seesaw, but not all of them. And then over here where you see it broken down, that's by grade. And so not surprisingly, the red is highest at pre-K, then at K, and it kind of goes down from there. So the pre-K were least likely to have logged into Seesaw during the day. So we're just trying to get a sense of the extent to which what we had stated as expectations was actually happening. And then this looks at Google Meet. So this is the platform we use for the live synchronous instruction, both morning meetings, as well as for daily instruction. And so again, the top there talks about the participation level. This is grades, all grades. And so red is the percent that were not on Google Meet at all, and blue is the percent that were on Google Meet. So the vast majority of students did log into Google Meet. Next to it, it breaks it down by grade span. So elementary, then middle and high. So we had the largest percent of students at the elementary level who did not use Google Meet or get onto Google Meet. And then you see middle school, almost everybody, it was very high percent that were on Google Meet. And then high school coming in a little in between. Then we looked at this in disaggregated ways. And so again, we have a lot of different cuts, but basically we were trying to understand the extent to which the experience might have been different by different student groups. So down below, this looks at English language learners. And over here, the big kind of fat one, I guess, shows the percent of English language learners in the district. So you can look at that compared to those that were online, and we're trying to get whether or not there was disproportionality. And we do see slight disproportionality, but not significant. And when we looked at it on Seesaw, it was a little bit more. I don't have the slide up here on the top, but then when we looked at it by students with IEPs, we didn't really see any disproportionality. So that was interesting to us. I will say that we met with the multilingual team, and they did share that they had a lot of families that had challenges getting online. And I think especially that was the case for students at the elementary level. So we gave folks the opportunity to write in comments to both the family and the educator survey. And so thanks to Courtney for culling through all those and pulling out some of the trends. And so in terms of the positive feedback about the remote snow day, some of the big themes that came out were that folks appreciated the early notice, and that from an educator perspective, that was super important for planning. There were a lot of the comments were about how it felt that this approach was more beneficial to students than adding those days late in June when kids and everybody's kind of in that summer mindset. There were comments that had to do with how folks have this experience. And so it was a more natural transition for lots of folks. Some people talked about how it was just nice to see faces. I thought that was actually an interesting theme that came out, that people don't see each other face to face these days in school. So that was kind of a nice, unexpected thing. Live instruction was appreciated. That was a theme from families. And then I think educators talked about feeling there was higher attendance this year than as compared to last year's remote learning. In terms of some of the critical feedback, confusion about the protocol. So I think we had communicated we were going to do 3 remote snow days and then institute, or excuse me, 3 normal snow days and then institute a remote snow day if we had the advanced notice. In this case, we had 2 normal snow days, and then we did this because we had so much advanced notice, so we could actually implement it this way, but that did create some confusion for folks. And noticing about inconsistent attendance practices. I know, for example, I mentioned Courtney met with the multilingual team, and a lot of folks were asking questions. We were getting emails from the day because folks were worried because they were going to be counted absent because they might not have been able to get on right away, or they were having challenges with multiple siblings in the house trying to all navigate that. So that came out as a theme. Some links were hard to find, so there was some confusion for some students and families about how students could get into class. A theme from some of the feedback that people didn't think the remote day was warranted in general, just the call of the snow day. This theme of some inequitable access for students being able to join for different reasons. Some people talked about just it brought up for them a lot of hard feelings because of last year and how challenging that was. So that sort of surfaced again for some folks. And then at the elementary level, both for staff, it's a lot of preparation. I think there's a heavier lift there for elementary folks, even just like the technology alone. Our middle and high school students are coming and going with their computers, but it was a whole process to get them out there for students at the elementary level. And then hard for working parents that have students at home in general, and then also trying to do school. We also then asked students, so we have a new student advisory team this year, which has been awesome. We've had just a couple of meetings. So we used this opportunity. It was timely. We met with them on Monday, which I guess was yesterday, and asked for their input. We shared with them some of the data and just asked them to react to that, as well as to bring their own perspective on what they'd heard from their peers and their siblings. So some of the things that came out in that conversation were that there was mixed experiences. So they talked about feeling like some teachers did full lectures, some just did 5 minutes of class. So the variability was a theme that they talked about. The sense that it felt like it was varied, the impact by grade level. So conversation about siblings having a harder time, younger siblings, these are all high school students on the advisory. I thought it was interesting. They talked about how it can be harder to access resources on remote days like food and mental health. So they had a wondering if, extending further into June with those resources, if that could be helpful. So they had an interesting conversation about that. Generally felt from their perspective that their remote days are a good starting point, but we just need to get a little bit better at them and really focus on making them more equitable. And then finally, an ask to have us poll students about their experience. And so they said, we're looking at the data from families, but our parents don't always know what this is like for us or what actually is happening. So we would like it if you survey students. So we got that feedback yesterday. So we haven't surveyed students holistically yet. So we talked about ways we can integrate that more consistently into future decisions. But I did want to highlight Deering did survey their students immediately after the remote snow day. So some of the highlights from their student survey were that here, 98% of students who did complete the survey said they were able to attend all or some of their classes. Excuse me. About half said they learned more of the same as when they're in person. And some of the comment themes were that they felt the expectations were clear. And then they liked this mix of some live meetings, but then also time to get offline and complete assignments asynchronously. Excuse me. So given the feedback that we got in our reflections, our recommendation is that we stay the course, but make targeted improvements and gather some targeted feedback after the next one, specifically reaching out to multilingual families, McKinney-Vento families, and students with IEPs to ask if the adjustments that we've made had improved access and experience. And some of those adjustments will be around streamlining communication, more support for multilingual families, more support around the devices. So it's much smoother at the elementary level. Having some offline learning activities available and known to students if they can't get online. Putting a little bit more support in for staff, especially folks that struggle more with the tech proficiency, and then just having a more clarified and consistent attendance expectation across the board. So I think, yeah, that's what we have.
So we want to open it up to any questions or comments from members of the board at this point. Thank you, Malia, for that report. And thank you to Courtney and Gavin as well.
Yeah.
Excellent. Are there questions from the board? Ms. Banda. I like being able to just look to my right and.
Oh, okay. Yeah. In person, right.
Ms. Banda was away for a little bit and joining us via Zoom. So we're all happy to have her back with us in person.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I have a few questions here on the family survey, staying the course. So can you just give a little more detail if we were able to have families who has responded mostly on the elementary school, middle school, or high school? Or is all across the other grade?
Oh, like if mostly it was elementary, middle, or high school
Yes.
families? Gavin, if you're here and you know that and can pop off and let us know, please do. But I'm not sure.
Yes, I'm here. For the family survey, what my recollection is it was mostly elementary families. I can find you the exact numbers in a couple minutes, but it was definitely mostly elementary.
Yeah, and I just pulled the slide up here. And so at the bottom where it's broken up by elementary, middle, and high, you can see if you added those bars, it's definitely mostly elementary.
Okay, so how did we send those survey via emails, or how did we collect those survey?
I think it was phone and email through the messenger. Where's Grace? Yes, phone and email. So I actually, as a parent, and you could do it multiple times if you had, so I was driving somewhere. I did it by phone for one of my kids, and then when I got home, I had an email as well, and I did it on email for the other. So both.
Yeah. Well, I said that because I all the time wonder about the communication, because there's not a lot of family who can navigate the online and the emails.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, this is the only piece, and I think I keep saying that, and this is something that we need really to improve, the communication piece. Are we sending the service? At least we can reach out most of the families, so we can have a really strong, accurate survey and some of the feedback, because those feedbacks are really important. So. Yeah, just the emails, then how many family are not, but the multilingual, I think it was by phone or WhatsApp. So what those kind of tools did we use?
Well, phone, we had it by phone. So you could literally just click on the phone.
And get your answer.
And they were sent in different languages. And we also use WhatsApp. And that's why Courtney Graffius came to the multilingual team to gather more feedback through the multilingual from the family engagement specialists to get more information in details about what the encounters are experienced by the families.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. So you mentioned also in the presentation about most of the family, the bilingual family, they were able to get connected on the remote. Are we still providing some hotspot, or do we know exactly why? The reason maybe because this is something that we need to pay attention. If they cannot get connected, it's not education pieces right there.
So they have hotspots. The issues are limited to the first initial experience, which is like, I forgot my code to access. And then once they get that, then they're on board. So, but the transition to start the class to find the means to access is usually what the problem was.
Okay. So when we learn about a problem, are we getting them some support?
Yes.
For the next time? So something then we can improve to them?
Yes.
Right on the spot.
On the spot, because, it's calls to us.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
But I think just, to underscore that, the recommendation is to learn from what we've seen and make adjustments to that going forward.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So we got the feedback from the positive and the critical ones. So I saw the recommendation. So I just want to underline, and then how are we going to do to balance the critical and the positive, so we can get some area, then we can be able to balance those two feedback. I mean, were we leaning to it? I mean, those recommendations and feedback. So are we finding the right balance so we can be able to satisfy most of the families around those remote days?
I mean, I can answer, and it looks like you might want to add, but I think the way we approached it is that it was clear the majority of teachers and families think we should stay the course. For those who did not believe that was best, that's where we read all the comments, which was great. I mean, we got a lot of comments to understand what were the concerns, and that's formed the recommendations for things that we're going to adjust or put more support towards. So for people that don't want to do this and would prefer to go later into June, we're trying to understand, what are those issues so we can help problem solve around those.
So we keep watching on that then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I do think it's important to underscore, there isn't a balance of positive and negative. There are overwhelmingly positive with some negatives. So, and we absolutely need to learn from the negatives and try to make the adjustments accordingly. But, I think to my surprise, I think to our whole team's surprise, the responses were, extremely positive.
Okay.
and it was a good, response rate. It wasn't, just a handful of people. We had, what we consider, a really positive response rate.
Okay. So the last quick one is the Deering survey highlight. So I just wonder why we just get the Deering. This is just something that you pick to have a Deering survey, or the Portland High School and Casco Bay, they have done also?
Right. So our plan from the beginning was to ask families and educators for feedback. And then we were doing this focus group of students that represented all 3 high schools. So our student advisory has 5-ish students per high school that participate. And their feedback was, in the future for things, it'd be great to do student surveys as well. Okay. So I just thought it'd be helpful to show you that some schools did, and more than just Deering, did their own kind of school-based survey. So I was just giving you an example of that.
All right.
From Deering.
All right. Just want to make sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Board Member Burke.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for all this information. It's very helpful. A couple clarifying questions. You said there was 1,000 responses received, correct?
Correct.
Do you have that sort of down to how many families it represents?
Gavin? I don't know if we did that.
No, I don't. We don't. No, we don't.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure we can do that. I have to go back and look at the survey.
No problem. From the outreach that was done through multilingual, do we have a response rate or conversion rate from that outreach?
And Grace, maybe you can just stay here for this presentation, unless you're trying to get steps in.
The runway show. So when we send our survey in English to everybody. And then we follow up with languages other than English as another follow-up. So in this poll, we really will not know who among our families who may be multilingual responded in English as well. Mm-hmm. So then there are also the WhatsApp, connection with family. So it's really hard to pinpoint the numbers of families who are specifically multilingual who responded to the survey, because we are using multiple platforms to connect with them.
Got it. Thank you. Malia, you said other schools aside from Deering surveyed students. Just curious what other schools did survey?
I don't know definitively. I think Rowe did an internal educator survey, but we could follow up if you wanted to know specifically.
As it relates to student feedback, yes, I'd be interested in that.
Yeah.
Then,
sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Well, it wasn't an expectation, and I think schools knew that we were going to be doing this big family and educator survey. So most of them were relying on this, and we are actually providing them tomorrow with their own school-specific data, both from families and teachers, so that they can do more targeted adjustments, because there was some variability in terms of approach and experience across schools.
Okay. So I guess I would just update my understanding that as far as we know, Deering is the only school that surveyed students specifically, but other schools may have issued surveys as well, but not targeting students or focused on students.
But I'd have to follow up to just confirm that that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And then my last question that will probably take a little bit longer to respond is, I'm wondering if somebody can just walk me through for me, it's slide number 6, where we're looking at Google Meet participation, just the bar graphs that are blue, green, and yellow on the bottom. I'm not entirely sure how to make sense of what I'm looking at, particularly to understand the disparities if they are present as I look across the engagement lengths and such.
Yeah. Gavin, do you want to try to do that?
Sure, no problem. Great. So, there was actually much debate about how to present this slide because it is confusing. And so on the right is the district composition of EL, exited EL, and never EL students. And so we're comparing it to us on the left. So what's probably most pertinent is that that third column is students that were on Google Meets for over 10 minutes. So those were the students I was classifying as active on Google Meets. So students that were there for less than 10 minutes had their own category, and students who didn't sign on at all. So 21% of the students that were active, 21.52% of them were English language learners, compared to 24% of the population. So, 3% less. Not exactly, because the N sizes obviously vary, where most students were on Google Meets. That's probably the easiest way to explain it. And of course, the 0 minute shows that a disproportionate percentage of not active students were English language learners.
Okay, thank you.
And
I'm
that
following that.
percentage is larger because the N size is smaller. So, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Board Member Burke. Are there other questions? Mr. Youssef?
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions. So we said the survey sent in English, and we follow up with multi-language families. Can you walk me through how's that happened?
Well, and also the survey went in multiple languages.
So in School Messenger, we have the ability to send to everybody, and we send that all in English. And then we have the ability as well to distinguish by language group. So that was followed up right away with this other, with the other languages. So those are the way that the system works.
So they're getting another language version. Okay.
Yes.
They're getting both the English and the other language.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. When we talk about the student perspective, 98% of them said they attend some or all. Did we ask that question also the families? Because I think the families are the ones who can really say if those kids are attending classes or not.
Can you go to the slide? That was the Deering, Deering students only.
Okay.
The way we asked the families was more about rating their child's learning experience. And so we got their sentiment there by them. As you can see here, the majority of families saying it was either adequate, good, or very good. So that's the way we framed the question to the families.
Okay. But the input of the Deering students, have you guys considered when you coming up with the recommendation?
I mean, we had reviewed that. I don't think that anything there was significant in terms of swinging us one way or the other. And I think the sentiment from the advisory team was confirming of what the data was suggesting and where we were leaning with the recommendation. I should actually share, there are more questions we asked the families. This is just what we pulled out high level. So schools will get the more detailed information. I think one of the questions that got at exactly what happened was we had people click all of the things that they understood their child or their student to do that day. And that they could choose multiple things like a live morning meeting or advisory, live teaching, work packet. So they picked all those things. And that's helping us to understand the extent to which we were consistent in following our guideposts or not. And that's helping our planning work.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Youssef. Don't see any other questions from the board.
Yes.
Oh.
Question? I have a question.
Oh, Ms. Banda.
Yeah, I just want to have a follow-up that question that Mr. Burks just asked about the multilingual. If we got some number or collection of how many families has responded, because you just mentioned that we're sending some messages by messenger with different languages. I mean, we're receiving those answer back on those languages, right? So can we be able to get from those answer receiving how many multilingual families has responded? Can we?
So we will not get the complete number in terms
Okay.
of how many multilingual families
understand.
responded, because some of them responded in the English.
Yes.
That's the issue. And so, but with individual language groups, there's about 23 respondents.
Okay.
So,
All right. So at least we have a number.
yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Thank you for this presentation. I find the data very informative and surprising, frankly. And I guess I understand. So I have I guess a comment and then a question. I understand that our recommendations are to stay the course and to improve the experience. I worry that some of the infrastructure that was in place with remote learning is not in place, and that we really rushed to get it in place. Like, I know hotspots were an issue, at least at some schools, and getting them out. And so I'm just wondering, I'm assuming that as part of these recommendations, we're going to have systems more at the ready for another time that we would do a remote day. So I guess that is, it's kind of obvious in these recommendations. I do really worry about the inequities, and some of which you see in these data, some of which may not be represented because some of the students who are more impacted, their families might disproportionately not respond to this survey. So
we also, can I just interrupt? But we also looked at that at the actual
Google Meets and
participation
CSA.
data.
Yeah.
And that's for everyone in the system. So I think that, that was one of the big surprises, I think, that we didn't see the disparities that we were.
Well, you see the disparity in Google, in both Seesaw and Google Meet. Maybe you would,
You see some disparity.
You see some disparity. And for the kids who didn't join, that's a lost school day. So I do, yes. And I'm sorry that I neglected to go back to the Google Meet and Seesaw participation. And that is, I think, again, surprising and affirming. However, I just want to underscore that I think we have more work to do to address inequities. And my question is, with respect to moving forward, my initial so once we hit the 3 snow days, if there is another bad weather day where we're not prepared to call a remote day, we would call a 4th snow day or a 5th snow day.
We've always said that only if we had the opportunity, as we did with that, with the big snowstorm, to do that. But otherwise we would, if it's tomorrow, we will not do a remote day. If it's 2 days out, we'll do a remote.
Because, and perhaps this is my failure to fully understand the policy as a board member, but I think my understanding and some other people's understanding is it was sequential, that we would do 3 snow days and then remote days after that.
We totally, there's no policy. We're not, so we're not breaking any policy.
I know.
It's, what I said we would do. And then, we didn't follow what I said we would do because we just had that prime opportunity. We knew that there were going to be other days. And so we tried to use that opportunity, and that was the rationale behind it. But yes, I recognize that and that came out in the comments as well. People like, wait, we said we were going to do 3 snow days and then do a remote day. And this was 2. And then we did that.
So our intention is to do remote days when we're able to, and to, knowing that we've had some success, to continue to build, to be in a place where we can have it be a successful learning day for all students.
Correct. But I would just say, yes, that's right. And I think this is going to be very rare that we have that many more days, that we have that much advance notice. So I think we're talking about a day or two, and then.
But this will be in subsequent years as well, right? So we would
So it
have.
might be a couple days a year. And then I think the other thing I just want to point out in the recommendation was that after making these adjustments, we'll do additional targeted follow-up. So we won't do another district-wide family survey, but specifically a targeted plan for reaching out to multilingual families, McKinney-Vento families, and families with students with IEPs, even though our data showed no disproportionality there, just to check, did the things we did to adjust make this different or better? And we'll go back and look again at Seesaw and Google Meets and all that.
Excellent.
Can I say something? I just want to say that, whenever we do surveys and then multilingual families respond, they're really very kind in terms of their responses. They always rate us high. But then when you talk to them, and this is where that's important. When you talk to them, they'll say that this is really a hardship for them.
Yeah.
So in terms of taking off from work, in terms of helping their kids and not knowing how to really help them fully. So, then you come out with all of those important, the hardships that you were mentioning in terms of where the inequities lie. And so I just want to point that out. It's real for families.
And can I just, on that note, I think it's important, to just take those two instances. One of those is no different whether we do a snow day or whether we do a remote day. So, taking time off from work is inherent in snow days. And one of the reasons that we're cautious about doing those because it does present a hardship for many families. The other one about helping their students, that happens during a remote day, but doesn't happen during a snow day because during a snow day, you have no expectations to do work.
And I'll just add that we have an increase, a much increased proportion of families that work from home now. And so they don't have to take the day off necessarily, perhaps, depends, but they might not have to take the day off, but they're juggling work and kids. So it's complex.
Right.
I want to appreciate the coupling the Google Meet and Seesaw participation with the survey data. I feel like that's a huge innovation, and want to thank Gavin and Malia and everyone else who was involved in that. I think it gives us a much better understanding of what the experience was like. And I think that's it from the board. So thank you.
Great.
So next, we're going to begin our regular update on how we are working to keep our schools open, safe, and healthy. As we've been doing for the past year and a half now, we provide, actually it's going on 2 years, right? I need to update that in my remarks. We provide a comprehensive update on our school reopening plans at board meetings. Today's update is again fairly brief in recognition of our decreased incidence of COVID and the maturity of our mitigation practices. We continue to look at our case counts, our staffing levels, and make decisions about continuity of instruction based on those data points. I believe that Aaron is going to, even though he's remote, is going to take over and share his screen with the PowerPoint. Maybe.
Sorry, sorry. I'm just pulling up the slides, Aaron. Sorry, I have too many tabs open. Sorry.
In any case, while that comes up, we'll start by updating you on case counts. During the last report, we noted that case counts were significantly reduced from our peak in January, but at that time, they were still substantially higher than before the December break. Last week, cases dropped again, and they're now approaching the same level as they were in December. That slide. So maybe I'll just go on while you guys do that, and we'll do this without the presentation, which is updated on, it is on board docs, so you can follow along there. Of course, we are heading into the February break, and we want to make sure that as families travel or get together during this week, that everyone continues to take precautions to prevent a spike when we return to school. We will be watching that carefully. Our student attendance continues to improve. And so does so this is, here you see our attendance by grade spans for the month of February, and that's compared to what it looked like in the month of December. And so we're very close to where we were. You also see what it was in January, where we were roughly 10 percentage points below where we are now in terms of the, the attendance rates for, elementary, middle school, and high. And we're back to where we were in December. So go ahead to the next slide. Yeah. So staff attendance also is improving, and it is again consistent with where we were at the back in December of last year. We obviously saw a big spike on Friday, but we don't think that it's necessarily related. It's not unusual for us to see a spike in absences on Fridays. So that's what you are seeing there. At the last meeting, we shared data on the incidence of cases across grades. This is also staff, so go ahead to the next slide. So we had showed you cases by grade, and we're continuing to do that. And you can see here that the general trend is sharply down since the previous report. And, across the board, we don't see there are no discernible patterns that would give us cause for concern at this point. And then finally, we have data to compare to the county. And you can see that, again, there's our data has continued to improve with, very few cases last week, even though we're not quite at the same level that we were in December, but fast approaching that. And you can see that the county finally experienced a sharp decline as well. So I think that's it's showing what we've always wanted to see was that we're tracking with the county, and the cases that we saw were consistent with the cases that the county was seeing more broadly. And you can see that continuing now with a sharp decrease on our end, as well as a sharp decrease at the county level. And so next, we also continue to look at our total number of student cases. So here you have it by week since the break, and you can see what I was saying earlier, the sharp decrease over the last couple of weeks. And then next slide, the pool testing results. You can see that we had a very a much smaller percentage of our pool tests. Our pool tests that came back positive down, by more than half from the previous week, and obviously a very sharp decrease from, back at the peak of the surge. And, finally, you can see that, this is something that we've been showing you all along, which is the homeroom trend. And for the first time, we had 0 cases where, we had at least 5 cases, 2 consecutive weeks, and the trend was moving towards higher. So that's very good news. So on the testing front, we successfully launched our required testing for unvaccinated staff. Also last week, we were able to launch voluntary universal weekly staff testing at our high schools. We are still not ready to provide testing across the board for high school students as we continue to seek applicants for nursing aid positions that will enable us to scale up to that level of testing. We still continue to do it for athletes, and we've now been able to add testing for any staff that wants to be a part of a pool at the high school. Last week, we modified our protocols for reminders about symptom testing to twice a week instead of daily reminders. I want to make sure that we're clear that symptom checks are still required every day, but we changed our reminder system in response to requests from families who told us that they found the reminders unnecessarily repetitive. And, so we had people that were opting out of those reminders, which then made them opt out of any reminders from the school system. And so that was our attempt to try to curb that pattern. As you know, the city of Portland ended its indoor mask mandate last week, effective at the end of this week. And it's important to remind you and everyone in the audience that the city's mask mandate never applied to the Portland Public Schools. So the decision by the council does not bind us in any way. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control noted last week that schools should continue to use masks as part of a suite of mitigation strategies. The Maine CDC has not adjusted its standard operating procedures documents at this time either. And while Maine does not require masks, the SOP provides certain flexibility to school districts that use masks as part of their mitigation efforts. So things like being able to reduce the quarantine period from 10 days to 5 days, and the ability to lighten up on the contact tracing. So thus, we continue to require masks and will do so for the foreseeable future. As I mentioned earlier, Portland Public Schools will be on February break from this Friday until February 28th. In the past, we have seen a surge of cases almost after every school vacation break. So I urge everyone traveling or gathering with families and friends during this coming school break to continue to take precautions to reduce the spread of COVID. We're almost 2 years into this pandemic, and I recognize that we're all fatigued with the restrictions and precautions and anxious for a return to normal. Unfortunately, we're not there yet. But if we continue to commit to keeping each other safe by following science-based guidance from public health officials, we will be able to keep our schools safe for in-person instruction for the duration. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent. Are there questions on the latest COVID update? Ms. Bondo.
Thank you, Superintendent. I just have a clarification to understand the number here on the elementary middle school overall analysis, those are 2+ and 5+. What's the meaning of that?
Which one? I'm sorry.
On the home analysis from elementary school and middle school, I see the number with cases and 2+ and 5+. What's those?
So 2+ means that in that particular week, there were at least 2 cases, and 5 over that the cumulative was at least 5.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So on the pool testing for staff and the high schools, can you just remind, did we already start for the staff?
We started that this past week, was the first week that was available.
Okay. So are we planning for the high school sooner, or for the pool testing in high school still no?
So again, we have posted positions that we've not been able to fill.
Okay.
And until we're able to do that, we cannot do full-scale testing at the high school for students. So we've been we added athletes, then we added staff, and we want to do everyone, but until we have the staffing capacity to do that, we've said, that we wouldn't be able to do that.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. Are there other, I see Board Member Burke has their hand up. Board Member Burke, please go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question, I think a comment. On that hiring issue, Superintendent, is it on us to be hiring these nursing aides, or is that still through the contractor, Ginkgo Concentric?
No, that's on our end. We posted those positions to be able to scale up our staffing.
Okay. And so the contractor continues to meet their staffing obligations related to whatever their.
I mean, they struggled during the peak of that spike, but they pushed forward as we all did, and so yes, they have continued to meet the demand.
Thank you. I think that push forward is related to my comment. I don't have this real refined, but as somebody that contracted COVID through this most recent spike, and I think it affected more families in Cumberland County than any other previous point in the pandemic. If I have that correct, I just want to acknowledge that there is a significant toll that I feel like is not being acknowledged because of the death rate was lower compared to previous variations, but the mental and emotional health effects of being having COVID, having family members have it, going through this push to normal right now is significant. And I just think that's something I would ask that we all continue to be sensitive to, even if we can also, and this is also true, breathe a breath of relief that we see the numbers where they are now on this side of that surge. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Burke, and thank you for expressing that perspective. I think it's very valuable for people to hear. Okay, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. That concludes the report of the superintendent. We are going to move to our report of the students as Ms. Santiago has joined us. And so Ms. Santiago from Deering High is going to update us on everything that's going on at Deering. So thank you so much, Ms. Santiago.
Hello, everyone. My name is Natalie Santiago, and I am a sophomore and student representative for Deering High School. I am part of the student government and play on the varsity girls basketball team here at Deering. I chose to come to DHS because of the welcoming feeling once you walk through the doors. There's a sense of community and belonging from the staff and the other students. Happy Valentine's Day from Deering High School, where we all spread love to one another. Our students are exchanging caring messages for one another, and our hallways are decorated with color and positivity. As you know, Deering High School is one of the most diverse schools in the state. Yes, the school is voted the most beautiful school building in the state. It is also so beautiful from the inside. Part of that beauty is the Deering hallways, where so many languages are spoken. The Deering community, students, and staff learn together and from one another every day. At Deering, we started our second semester. As always, the second semester is when students start thinking about the end of the year events. Students are meeting with administration to find out ways to make these events, for example, prom, academic achievement award night, dances, senior last assembly, and graduation take place and keep the school community safe. This is also the time so many of our graduating seniors are waiting anxiously to hear from colleges. We wish all of our seniors the best of luck. Our freshmen, sophomores, and juniors will be deciding on their schedules for the next school year. At Deering, we encourage all of our students to go outside of their comfort zone and challenge themselves. And now here's an update on Deering's extracurricular activities. For the basketball, our girls basketball team won their first game in the playoffs on Saturday night versus Edward Little. Their next state tournament game is at Oxford Hills tomorrow night at 7. And good luck to our Deering boys basketball team as they start their playoff run at Lewiston High School on Thursday night at 6. And for the indoor track, our senior track student athlete and team captain, Courtney Jackson, was awarded the prestigious SMAA Spirit Award at last Saturday's Southwestern's meet at the USM. Additionally, the Rams had several student athletes recognized as SMAA All-Conference. And 1 second, I have part of it on another doc. I forgot to open it. Sorry.
Take your time.
And last Friday, the boys and girls swim teams competed in the Southwestern's, the Wi-Fi, regional meet at Westbrook. The girls team raced to an impressive third place finish, and the boys placed in sixth after some amazing efforts by swimmers in team and individual events. The DHS PHS swimmers will head off to states next week to race against the best in Maine. Deering's Megan Cunningham is having another fantastic ski season for the DHS Nordic team and raced to a fourth place finish in the Oxford Hills Sprints. The boys and girls skiers are preparing for the Nordic Ski State Championships and have one final regular season race at Pineland Farms this Wednesday afternoon. During esports, the two-time Maine MPA state champions in Rocket League won the high school invitational preseason tournament held at Husson University's new esports center as they prepare for the upcoming spring season and look to repeat as spring Rocket League champions in Maine after winning the state title this fall. The state tournament for debate was held on Saturday. The day was an absolute triumph for the Deering debate. Our freshman debaters swept the novice bracket, with Eli Tuchinski and Rose Bolduc placing fourth, Violet Blum-Levine and Maya Landry placing second, and Anya Heidensand, Isabella Figdor winning first place. Balkis Mohammed and Emily Chong won first place in the varsity bracket. Additionally, the Deering team as a whole won the Sportsmanship Award, and Balkis was awarded the Maine Forensics Association Scholarship for graduating seniors. Thank you for this opportunity to share the wonderful things that are happening at Deering High School.
Ms. Santiago, thank you so much for a truly excellent update. I particularly like that you started with your own story and experience at Deering, and thank you so much for that. And good luck in your game tomorrow. We'll all be cheering for you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move to the report of the secretary. Consideration and action to approve our meeting minutes from our February 1st, 2022 meeting. Is there a motion? Board Member Youssef, seconded by Board Member Russell Better. Are there any questions on the motion? Again, this is our meeting minutes from our last meeting on February 1st. Seeing none, is there any public comment on the meeting minutes? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there any board discussion? Yes, Ms. Russell Better.
I don't know if I have to make an amendment. I just noticed a spelling error on something.
Oh, sure, please.
I just noticed Mr. Youssef's name is spelled incorrectly.
Okay, we will, sorry, Mr. Youssef, we will make the correction to the spelling of Mr. Youssef's name. I wanted to acknowledge that Anna Diaz took these meeting minutes and just appreciate her work. And with that, we are going to move to a roll call vote. By roll call, please indicate whether you support approving the meeting minutes from our February 1st, 2022 meeting. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Bondo?
Abstain.
Mr. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better?
Yes.
Ms. Belia?
Yes.
Mr. Youssef?
Yes.
Ms. Santiago?
Yes.
Ms. Diu?
Yes.
And Chair Figdor?
Yes. So the minutes were approved unanimously with Ms. Bondo abstaining and the students voting with the majority. So next we move to consent items. Mr. Superintendent, will you please speak to this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, under Board Policy KCD, the school board accepts by unanimous consent contributions made to the school district as required by that policy, all the donations listed in the board agenda under this item. All of the donations are listed in the board agenda under this item. How many times have I read this? I still can't do it. Our practice is for each donor to receive a written contribution acknowledgement, expressing our heartfelt gratitude as well as for their tax purposes. I would like to thank the many generous contributors to the Portland Public Schools who have made donations of durable goods, goods of substantial value and historical or commemorative significance, including for Ocean Avenue, where they received 90 pairs of assorted sizes of girls' underwear and undergarments from Christine Jenkinson of Portland. And also Ocean Avenue received 14 pairs of gloves for students from Brad and Irene Rounds of Wyndham. So thank you very much to them for their generous contributions to the Portland Public Schools.
Thank you so much. Next, we're moving to our board focus on educational issues. And tonight we have two different topics. First, our FY23, that's our upcoming fiscal year, our staffing formulas. And then next, after that, we'll move to an update on our FY23 LAU plan staffing.
Our first board focus is being led by Assistant Superintendent Aaron Townsend. As board members who've been with us for previous budget years know, we have a long-standing staffing formula for our elementary grades. Kindergarten is capped at 20 students, first and second grade at 22 students, and third and fifth grade at 25. Over the past couple of years, we have been building a more rational approach to staffing for our ELL and special education programming. Beyond that, I would say that staffing in PPS has been much more of an art than a science. As we've seen enrollment disparities grow in our high schools, I asked Assistant Superintendent Townsend to help build a rational and predictable staffing model for high schools. Tonight, we'll preview that model, which we will begin using in our budget development. He's also extended that work to our middle school staffing, and more importantly, to our staffing of specials such as art, music, PE, etc. So I'm going to turn this over to Aaron to walk through that. And after he's done, we will take questions before we move into our second board focus, which is a continuation on this theme with Director of World Languages and English Language Learning, Carlos Gomez, reviewing progress to date on our LAU plan for English language learners and forecasts brought on by the staffing formula for these programs. Carlos will also be updating you on the work of the vertical team that he's been leading as we strive to create world-class world language instruction in the Portland Public Schools. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Aaron.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Botana, and good evening, everybody. So tonight's presentation, as you can see here, is to build shared understanding of two key elements related to our budgeting process and staffing process. So the first is around how we are approaching enrollment projections for the coming year. And then as that's the foundation around which much of our staffing is then determined. The second is then at the various grade spans, as the superintendent mentioned in his introduction, what we have developed initially and vetted with our school leaders in terms of staffing models, and continue to work through with them as we head towards, the presentation of our budget on the 15th, in considering their potential implications. Again, this whole body of work is intended to bring, as the superintendent said, predictability and transparency to our staffing process and to the allocation of our most substantive, significant resource that we have in the district, our incredible staff. So Gavin, you can move forward. So first, as this is the basis, want to just talk through a little bit around enrollment projections and how we determined what we envision for next year as kind of our first initial pass at enrollment. So at the elementary grade level, it is customary that we take our currently enrolled kindergarten through fourth grade students and advance them to the next grade. So thus first through fifth grades. And that is how we determine likely enrollment at elementary schools in first through fifth grade. For kindergarten, we have looked back at kind of a 5-year average for kindergarten enrollment to determine an initial number there. And then for those schools that have pre-K or for our partner sites, given the demand that we have seen, we automatically kind of assume that they will be enrolled to their cap of 16 students at elementary. So middle school is somewhat similar. We take our current 6th and 7th graders and advance them a grade to 7th and 8th grade. So that informs the projections for those grades. And then we've done the initial analysis because at middle school, 6th grade is still based on neighborhood of the geographic distribution of our current 5th graders, and use that information to determine likely enrollments for 6th grade at our 3 middle schools. And then finally, for high schools, again, you'll see the pattern. We take our currently enrolled 9th through 11th grade students and advance them to 10th through 12th grade for next year in terms of the numbers. And then, as you are aware, we have moved up our timelines this year around the high school selection in order to be able to incorporate the first initial 9th grade choice numbers into this staffing process. So we have those this evening that I'll review briefly. So that's how we've determined them. Thank you, Gavin. And I won't, kind of speak in detail to this slide. You can certainly look at it. And, as the year goes on and as we head towards October 1, when we kind of certify our enrollment, we'll be able to do deeper analysis of kind of shifts in enrollment and potential trends, as we did in a presentation, this past fall around enrollment. But this is kind of our first pass at what it looks like for the coming year in terms of enrollment and what we're using to base what you'll see in terms of the staffing models. You can see our overall number is projected currently at 6,413. That obviously is not going to be static, and a number of factors could influence that shifting. But, at this point, our first pass that shows the possibility of a continued small reduction in the number of our students. But again, that's a tentative number, and we anticipate shifts that, we have processes in place to be able to account for in terms of staffing, particularly at the elementary level. But so that is the overall picture. Gavin, if you could step forward to the next slide. I did want to report out, since, that was a priority for us to move up our high school choice timelines to be able to have the enrollment data ahead of our budgeting process. That this is the outcomes of this year's process thus far. And again, these numbers won't remain totally static. There is students can move between schools up to the beginning of school, but historically have not seen significant shifts in the numbers. So, the basic kind of outlines of the enrollment patterns really are established at this point. And there might be, some shifts up or down for given schools, but by and large, this is what we anticipate. So this will be our class of 2026, the incoming ninth grade class, and what you can see just in terms of overall total enrollment for ninth grade. And I will, caveat this to say, this is a slightly smaller incoming ninth grade class, and we have a fairly large exiting 12th grade class. So at the high school level, we are seeing a bit of a dip. But what you see is a bit of the continuation of the trend of the past couple of years in terms of our numbers, in terms of the Deering, Portland, and Casco enrollment. Casco, we do anticipate them ultimately getting to their cap of 100 students. And they had as well more students than they could take. And this was the result of the initial results of the lottery, and this is incorporated. So students who were not admitted or gained admission through that process to Casco Bay have been kind of allocated to their second choice of Deering or Portland. So on the right, you'll see a small chart there that refers to the numbers, the percent of students who are identified as either English language learning students, students who receive special education services, or students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. So we're just monitoring the different populations, and some students may count for multiple of those subgroups, but in this case, we have used what we refer to as an unduplicated count. So counting each student just once, and if they counted for multiple or all three, again, they would just count as an individual student. So you can see here, Deering has the highest percentage of students, that have one of those identifiers. And on the other end, Portland High down at about 40%. So still a significant portion of their student body, but substantively less than Deering and Casco Bay, whose numbers had gone up. And then lastly, the chart along the bottom is the demographic breakdown of just this ninth grade class. Again, those numbers are all just of the incoming ninth grade class. And what you can see there is actually Casco has the largest percentage of BIPOC students in their ninth grade class at 56, just over 56%, followed by Deering at just over half. And then Portland High with, under 40% of their students identifying as students of color coming in for their ninth grade class. So again, all in all, we continue to see some of the same patterns around our high school choice that we have seen in the recent year or two. Thank you, Gavin. So, ultimately, we're using those numbers, as you'll see as I step through. I'm going to speak to kind of the different grade spans to just walk you through our methodology there so that you have that understanding as we, ultimately bring forward the budget proposal, and you can see potential additions and reductions that, may be proposed in that process. So first, as the superintendent indicated, we have had kind of the most predictable staffing process as related to elementary because we have managed tightly to those class size assumptions and really considered those as maximums. So pre-K is 16 students, kindergarten is 20, grades 1 to 3 is 22 students, and grades 4 to 5 a maximum of 25 students. So staffing is relatively straightforward there. Our formula is we, at an individual school, consider the overall enrollment for a given grade level and divide that by the class size maximum. So for example, if there's, 66 second graders, since we have 22 students in a classroom or up to 22 students, that would equate to 3 teachers at that second grade level. So we have had a practice of not doing kind of mixed at most of our mainland schools. Certainly the island schools are an exception. We have not combined classes in multiple grade levels. Historically, we've avoided that practice. So generally, we do round to the nearest whole FTE. So sometimes that can mean, if we have 66 students, like I said in my example, that would be 3 FTE. But if we had 2 more enrollees at 68, that would necessitate, the addition of a teacher at that grade level, so that we are not over those class size maximums that we manage towards. However, before if you can go back for 1 second, applying this formula kind of uniformly across the elementaries, last year, as you'll recall, there was considerable question about the enrollment dip that we saw during, our hybrid year, and, concern about what would, how many students would return in person. Certainly, we've seen that not all of them have, and we've seen further erosion of our enrollment, but we had not applied this, to reduce numbers of teachers at classes last year in anticipation of being prepared for those students returning. There were some cases where we actually did have to, there were at particular grade levels at 2 schools, additional enrollments that necessitated adds for teachers. But what that leads to is now we are kind of catching up on 2 years of enrollment reduction since pre-pandemic. So applying it in this way could lead, and this is what we're evaluating with our school leaders now, and considering in our prioritization as we prepare our budget for presentation on the 15th, that could lead to a possible reduction of up to 8 FTE classroom teachers at the elementary grade level. So go ahead, Gavin, to the next one. So similarly, there had been a methodology around determining specials. So some of the assumptions at the elementary level include that we are, kind of determine the need for staffing as it relates to specials by considering the total number of classrooms within a school. And so as part of that formula, we include all of our on-site pre-K classrooms, as well as any district special ed programs to ensure that all students have access to those specials. Generally, the methodology historically in Portland has been that their students have access to one of those specials a week. So art, music, and PE. We know that library and other things have been used in recent years for specials as well, but focusing on art, music, and PE. And that generally specials teachers teach about 5 sections per day. So using those assumptions, we identify the total number of classrooms in a building and multiply that times 3. So that's the number of sections of specials that we need to provide for a given school. And then we divide that number by ultimately 25, as specials teachers can teach 5 sections per day over 5 days a week. And that gives us the minimum number of FTE that we would need to provide specials, based on these assumptions. Historically, we have just rounded up to the nearest 0.2 FTE as it relates to specials, because that generally accounts for 1 day and has led to sharing of, either art, music, or PE teachers at times across campuses when they don't, historically haven't had enough demand at a given school to fill up a teacher's schedule. I will acknowledge here in terms of potential impact. So from a local perspective, we would, stay flat in terms of our specials allocations. But we have over the past couple of years, both originally in terms of COVID and then, to as well support some of the collaboration efforts, we have funded additionally out of ESSER some additional specials FTE this past year. And so those are up for consideration around how we would continue to incorporate them into our local budget moving forward, or if we can, given the pressures we have on our budget. So go ahead, that's elementary. At middle school, again, as we, a few years ago, pre-pandemic in my first fall, kind of did a presentation around middle school and our middle school model, which is organized around kind of the team concept. So within that, the core content of math, science, social studies, and English make up kind of the core team for each house. And so we work from an assumption that, we can have 25 students per class in those core classes, consistent with the 4th and 5th grade expectation. So that means that we can have up to 100 students per team in a given school. Historically, as you can see in our enrollment numbers, they have not been that large. Generally, they've ranged from 75 to 90 students per team, but still that ends up equating to 4 FTE per team and ultimately about 24 core content teachers per school. Applying that kind of methodically to the middle schools this year, that would lead us to the possibility of a reduction of up to 2 FTE of core content. So there is some kind of inefficiency there that in applying this that we're able to potentially correct for, as we look ahead to the coming year. So if you want to move forward, Gavin, we'll talk about middle school related arts and world language. So certainly in addition to those 4 core content classes, generally students have access to do 2 additional classes per day that are primarily either one of the related arts or world language. In there, we kind of consider this a class size average, so not necessarily a maximum, but an average. We know that in some cases, PE, for example, those are typically larger classes, and that allows us to provide some more targeted support in other classes by reducing those numbers. And consistent with the other teacher, core content teachers, related arts and world language teachers, generally on average, we consider their load to be 4 sections per day, to be consistent with the other grades, the other teachers at their grade span. So to determine how much staffing we need, again, we look at the total enrollment of the school. So that's the enrollment projections and the number of sections per day. So in this case, that would be 2 of specials or related arts at middle school, as we refer to it. And then divide that by our class size average and then the number of sections that each teacher can teach. And that gives us kind of the minimum required FTE at the school. So as we do that, middle school roughly kind of comes out in the same place. So, implicitly, we have been kind of staffing at those levels, kind of around those assumptions. There is the possibility of a small adjustment of about 0.5 FTE that we may consider, based on evaluating these numbers. So now at the high school, the place where, I think we have struggled the most as a system, and I know we have kind of talked about needing to have a clearer methodology. Historically, there really has not been one that has, been communicated to any of us in terms of how we've determined these needs. So we begin by operating, kind of from these schedule assumptions. So again, taking, as we have from 4th, 5th grade on through middle school, working towards approximately an average of about 25 students per class. At Deering and Portland High, students ultimately have 8 classes over the course of the year, or have up to 8 classes. We know that not all students necessarily take 8 classes, but we want to be able to staff to be able to provide kind of maximum capacity. So they have about up to 8 classes. The Casco Bay schedule is a little bit more like the middle school schedule, where they have 6 courses over the course of the year. And then in terms of teacher load and what teachers are available to teach, you can see see below, at Deering and Portland, the standard is 6, and at Casco Bay, the standard is 4. So using those assumptions, we apply a somewhat similar methodology to, that I've referred to in other slides, where we look at the total enrollment of school and the number of classes per student, so that 8 or 6 in this case, depending on the school. And that really gives us the maximum number of classes we need to make available for students. So that's kind of the large number that we need to ensure we have capacity for. That's the demand, if you will. We divide that by that class size average of 25 to kind of break it down into how many sections would be needed, and then divide that by the number of sections each teacher, we would expect each teacher to be able to teach to give us kind of the minimum FTE required. So, in looking at this and applying the staffing formula across the 3 high schools, this would lead to a kind of potential reduction of up to 7.31 FTE. So obviously 0.31 is kind of a funny number, but that is how staffing has evolved over the years and the little bits and pieces that have added up for one reason or another. So we have shared that with the school leaders and, are evaluating, their process around scheduling and course requests to determine, how much of that will be able to advance and move forward. So with that, one thing in our conversations that we have evaluated at the high school level, as you may be familiar with, at the elementary level, the district some time ago had made the decision to prioritize its title resources, federal Title I resources and others, to the elementary grade span. And we believe our middle school model, as we have presented previously, provides additional investment at the middle school level. And so in considering how we are approaching high school staffing, we wanted to acknowledge as well the different needs of students, in those classrooms, and be able to account for that in our staffing and not treat all students as the same in terms of the needs. So we've applied what we're referring to right now as an equity enhancement, and the methodology we have is built off of some similar practices, certainly that happen in districts around the country, and even within Maine's EPS formula. Within the formula, there are weights attached to different student identifiers to be able to enhance the resources that are allocated to districts based on those student needs. And so we've modeled this, after some of those practices. So again, we start with this notion of the unduplicated student count. So the percent of students who qualify as either economically disadvantaged, special ed, and or English language learner. So how many students at each of the 3 high schools may be considered one or more of those student subgroups, or maybe a part of one of those student subgroups. So we take that number and multiply it times the projected enrollment to determine the projected unduplicated count. So the number of students that we would anticipate would qualify under that designation, and then multiply that times 1.2. So essentially a 20% kind of enrollment enhancement, for those students to be able to plug into the formula to account for providing additional resources to support those students. So we take that enrollment, enhance it, add that to the projected non-identified students. So again, back to that enrollment slide, the incoming freshman class, ranged from roughly about 60% to about 40%. So this would be the students who weren't identified, and that's our adjusted enrollment. And we would, if we adopt this, and this is something we may consider to bring forward as a proposal, that would give us the adjusted enrollment that we would utilize in the staffing formula from the prior slide. So in this case, applying those numbers in the projected enrollments, that could lead to the potential addition of up to 11.5 FTE. So the net, in applying both of these formulas at the high school level, could potentially be the addition of, just over 4 FTE. Again, we're continuing to weigh, all of these potential additions and reductions with our school leaders, and as well as we finalize, our rollover budget and understand all of the different kind of pressures that are coming to bear on what we may bring forward for our budget. So that is the work we have done to date. I think that's my last slide, Gavin, if you want to advance it to kind of the questions. But those are the formulas that we are working with and advancing with our school leaders to be able to, have clear, transparent systems around our staffing at each of our grade spans to complement the work that's been done around our ELL and special ed staffing as well. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, or Superintendent, if there's any additional comments you want to add.
No, just thank you for the tremendous amount of work that went into this. This is obviously something that we've said we needed to be able to do across the board for all of our staffing. And so I really appreciate the work and the care that you've taken in doing that and in entering in dialogue with our leaders. I think, it's important for everybody to understand this is, the formula, and then the formula applied requires us to work with people on the ground to make sure that what we're doing actually can be realized. So I think that that's, why, in Aaron's presentation, he hedges it can be up to, but, we are still evaluating all of those options, and we'll implement them to the extent that we can, and you will see that in our budget come March 15th.
Thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent and Assistant Superintendent Townsend. I'm looking to the board for questions. Sorry?
Burke's hand is up.
Oh. Yeah. Board Member Burke, please go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to acknowledge that this is good work and it seems a good process. The thoughtfulness is obviously here. And I appreciate that it's being socialized over time, obviously here with us tonight and at the building level. And that this isn't just information that's sprung on us in the community at the unveiling of the budget, if you will. And I'm not accusing anyone in this administration of doing that kind of springing in the past, but of course that's the way it could happen. A few questions that I have. First of all, with just the high school enrollment, how many students had Casco Bay as their first choice that did not receive admission?
I believe the number was, let me see.
136 is my recollection. It might have been between 136 and 138. I don't remember the exact number.
Yeah.
So over the 36 to 40 students did not?
Yeah, ultimately 36, yes, or 38, depending.
Okay. Is that up over previous years?
It will be at 100.
Yeah.
That's actually down over previous years. In recent years, they'd been closer to initial first choice for Casco Bay being 160 to 170, as high as 180. So it's a bit reflective of, I would argue, one factor, I guess I would say, is, that it was a smaller 8th grade class. So.
Got it. Thank you. And just looking at the high school enrollment data for the incoming class of 2026, I just want to flag that Portland High School stands out to me amongst the 3 high schools that often, whether it's been during campaigns and doing doors or at other moments, commonly hear Casco Bay referred to as a private school within the district. But based on my previous experience being involved with charter schools and seeing how their demographics do not reflect the community around them, and reflecting more closely to private schools in the area, the Portland High School demographics are trending much more in that direction right now, with the 10% disparity between our student population at large and what we're seeing in enrollment there. I'm just curious off the top of your head if you could say that's representative of enrollment at Portland High School for the past few years, 5 years.
Yeah, and I think, I'm trying to remember, in the fall when we did this presentation, and, I think we could go back to that yes, there's a pattern that has kind of, developed over, the past, 4 to 5 years. So okay. This year's numbers are not an aberration. It's a continuation of a trend that has been in play for the past number of years.
Okay. Well, I'll be paying attention to that as we move forward. With some of what you've shown us for the staffing formulas, curious, with the possible reduction of 8 FTEs at the elementary level, what does that mean in terms of the class sizes? And or you can just tell me, like you've done in the past, that you'll report on class size impacts when we get to budget.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I guess I would say, we could look at it in terms of what average class sizes are, but, we manage to those maximums and do not go over. So, it won't be the case that in any school, even with those reductions, we would not go over, the numbers that are set forth there in terms of class sizes. So, what we've seen this year is when enrollment didn't return in ways that we did, that we have a number of places with some very small class sizes of 12, 14, and that being common, like a grade level with 12, 14, 16, right? Where ultimately, even this year, though, that was not the approach we would want to take mid-year by any means, right? Could have merited consolidation during the year, right? And still kept us under, the 22, say at second grade. So it's really kind of an adjustment back for, that enrollment loss we've seen over the past couple of years. So we would not exceed any of those class size maximums. And those are ones that we've set forward. Again, there is no, kind of state policy or, contract, it's educational policy. So it's within our, kind of domain to assert. And we manage to those pretty tightly. And we have a process that as, monitoring enrollment on a weekly basis, from June through the beginning of October, during the time when enrollment is in flux. And in cases where a school is going over those class size maximums, that's where we do a class size add. So.
Great. I expected that answer as such. And I think in the past we have looked at it at a building level to see what the class sizes are appearing per grade level per school, and that's always helpful to me. I know there's always the perennial debate about, does class size matter? And there's research that anybody on either opinion can point to that say that it does or it doesn't. In my experience, it does. I'll stand by that. It's what people pay over $20,000 a year to send their students to a school in the West End for. You have better relational experiences in smaller class sizes. And even when best practices of teaching are present, the advantages are clear to me. So I'll always be looking to maintain smaller class sizes, and 14 is not a liability to me. To me, that's closing an opportunity gap when it comes to class that students in our public schools can have an experience that people in private school are paying for. Not that we can afford to have 14 kids per class across our district, but I'm just not a proponent for pushing our maxes. With the specials, particularly at the elementary, we've been getting emails and I'm curious where we're looking at outdoor art and gardening within our specials formula.
So those as well have been, some of the ESSER supported ones. So as we are looking forward in the coming year, right, with those being temporary funds, we're having to evaluate about what can be incorporated into the local budget. So, those would be considered potential areas of investment, and will need to be weighed, certainly by us internally, and then ultimately by you all as the board, against our other priorities, and whether we're able to, invest in those ways, and whether that is going to kind of maximize our, our strategy to be able to achieve our goals.
Great. Thank you. Well, thanks for answering these questions, and thanks again for this good work. I really appreciate it heading into budget season and just having it moving forward in the district period. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Burke. Are there other questions from the board? Ms. Tiu?
I'm just a layperson. Can you explain to me what FTE is?
Yeah, sorry about that. We do this all the time. Assume that everybody knows it's full-time equivalent. So that is, a 1.0 FTE is a full-time teacher, a 0.5 FTE is a half-time teacher, a 0.6 is 3 days a week, and so on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Russell Better, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Billio. thanks for all of that wonderful work that you've done, Mr. Townsend. I'm having a little wireless issue here. So would you mind just going to the, I think it was the last slide that had the addition, the possible addition of the high school. Oh, thank you. I was just wanting to understand, Mr. Townsend, when you were, Mr. Burke just mentioned that it was potential eight FTEs lost at the elementary level. Is that right? And then
At the elementary level, correct.
And then will you remind me of the other slide? Were there additional slides with other potential loss? Just trying to get, was
At
the
the middle school?
At
the middle, so out of local, it was a potential reduction of 8 at elementary, 2 at middle school, though really 1.5 because it's the potential consideration of a 0.5 related arts or world language add. And then, the slide prior to this, just the strict kind of, application of the formula would suggest a reduction of 7.31 FTE at high school. So this, so that nets out to, 10, roughly 16 and change positions.
And I think you left out the specials.
Oh, right, the specials.
Well, I did leave out the specials again because, from a local budget perspective, that like the formula is kind of flat in terms of the local investment. We had 4.9 FTE funded out of ESSERF this past year. And again, because those were 1 year onlys, those, as I said in the response to, board member Burke, would need to be considered as kind of additions to kind of the local budget potentially. But we hadn't funded those, locally. So that was just a little bit of a nuance there.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying, could you help me understand, and when you were talking about the, this possible addition of the 11.5, I mean, is there anything that's an offset? I'm just trying to understand if other positions are potentially lost. Is there any attempt to try to have staff be able to move into these positions? But I know some of those are elementary and these are high school. So just trying to understand what that looks like and making.
And again, because we were trying to isolate them so that, for clarity, at the high school level here, the net is closer to, 4 positions, an addition of 4 positions. So it's, if we moved this forward, I think part of why we want to, both with you all as well as internally as we manage this, consider this, whether we're able to do it this year or not, is to be able to get much more specific about how at a given school they're utilizing those additional FTE that they might be allocated in service of supporting these students, as opposed to them just kind of being blended into the overall school picture and it not being as, having the potential of not being as intentional and strategic about the deployment of that staff. So that's a little bit of a different answer, something I had, kind of wanted to acknowledge, in sharing this originally. I mean, your question being around whether, staff that was being reduced in another area we might be able to incorporate and offer roles to, I believe is what you're kind of asking. And I think that's true. Certainly the middle school educators typically are credentialed in ways that can, work at both middle school and high school, though some certainly have general ed credentials that would, be work for elementary. But I think overall, the number of staff we're talking about in terms of shifts, is well within our overall kind of annual attrition. Like these kinds of numbers would not in any way, we wouldn't anticipate lead us to have some reduction in force or anything like that. So, given the overall annual attrition of people retiring, moving, leaving, certainly, the narrative about how challenging and the reality of how challenging the school year has been, always concerned about, additional departures. I don't have any concerns that we would be able to absorb any of these FTE in other areas of the organization.
Thank you. That is helpful to know the context that those are relatively small numbers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Russell Better. Board Member Bondo.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a quick question here on the 9th grade. enrollment. I think, can we go back to that slide? I mean, we have here the combination of the English learner, the special education, and the reduced lunch. So I look at on the during we are 63% on those students. So I just wonder about are we getting to those numbers because we have reduced now, we don't have anymore the free reduced lunch, because I think now with the new formula, we are providing lunch for all our students. So did we get those numbers accurate? I just want to understand the process, and we're getting those numbers incorporate to the formula, to those numbers, to those percentage, by knowing that most of the family, if they still fill up the form, so we can have them recognized as a free reduced lunch, because now it's just, we don't do that anymore. So are we still doing the form so we can collect those data, or how do we get those data collected?
Yes. So still, we work hard, and I think as we've talked about in various kind of sessions previously, it certainly has been a challenge this year with the onset of the wonderful opportunity of free breakfast and lunch for all students. It has one of the impacts has been that it has been more challenging to get folks to return the free and reduced lunch forms, but those are still an annual process that we do because it drives in particular our federal Title I allocations. So it's an important tool to continue to do. We have continue to try numerous efforts to get as many families to fill those out as possible, but it certainly has led to some skewing of that data. Because we don't think everybody who qualifies has completed their form. So we think the most recent data, underreports the number of students who are free and reduced lunch. That's in part why, we're, taking this initial approach of considering this unduplicated count. So it's not that a student has to qualify for that, but they may qualify as one or more of those programs. So not just relying solely on those numbers, but recognizing, all of those student groups. And in many cases, some students may, qualify for one or more of them. So that's.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. So I come on something when I was look at those numbers between schools and home. I try to try to get my mind with the Deering and Portland High enrollment here between race. And I look at something is really alarming me. So I'm really trying to understand. I know it's been like that for a couple of years now. So I think, but the way I see is something that really alarming on the sense that I feel like we're moving to a more segregated schools if we don't pay too much attention here, because you can see then you have a really low number, 50.87 on the Black student for Portland High versus a 30. So it's a double. And then when you look at it, and I try to understand what need to be done. If we're missing something here because it's about a culture inclusion or it's about racial profile or something, then something is missing here. It's not really balancing the way those are two schools supposed to have the enrollment. How we attract students, how we have a different programming. So what's those internal policies between school and something really missing in my mind, because those numbers is alarming to me.
Yep.
Opinion.
Go ahead. Sorry. Certainly, I think, that's as we've engaged and, been monitoring these enrollment numbers, throughout my tenure, those questions have definitely been forefront, part of the intent of bringing this back tonight. I mean, the major, focus here tonight is not so much, enrollment and, high school choice process, but I think my understanding of where we left that conversation in the fall was, it would be very challenging in the conditions and with the timeline we had in front of us to consider any significant changes to our high school enrollment practices. But we were committed to moving up the timeline so we could have the numbers at this point in time. And, I think we had talked about the potential of revisiting those questions, following this process to see, had the patterns changed, were they maintaining, and would we contemplate any shifts to our enrollment practices? So I think, tonight's presentation is really geared towards just understanding the staffing methodology and all those things. But the questions you raised, Board Member Bondo, are ones I think we've all been collectively concerned about for a couple years, and, would merit revisiting for us.
Yeah, this is my sub question. Why I'm asking that is because I was coming to the second question, even though it's not for today's presentation, but it's something that we're paying attention because we have some reduction here on some of the staffing on the high school. I see we have some, I think, 7.31 here. So, I mean, those assumptions that we're looking for when you see the disparities here between those high schools. So if we have to do those cuts, why are we going to base to the school enrollment or by the needs for those specific students on those high schools?
Right. So what
that's why we built the equity enhancement is to address the disparities within schools, of students that qualify for free and reduced lunch or, English language learners and special education. So that's what that is designed to do.
Okay, so we will go through the budget season and we're going to have more deeper understanding and more questions related to that. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bondo. I don't see any other questions from the board. I echo Ms. Bondo's concerns, and I guess my question is, are we choosing at this point to rather than change our high school choice process so that we can we can manage for demographics and enrollment, are we choosing this equity formula, or would we potentially do both? Because I'm wondering about the efficiencies of having two comprehensive high schools with very different, differing numbers of students, and then getting to Ms. Bondo's point with very different demographics, particularly around, the one that jumps out to me the most is the difference in Black students with Casco Bay and Deering at similar levels, and Portland High School half of what the other high schools are. So my question is, are we choosing this equity enhancement rather than changing the high school choice process, or we think that this equity enhancement is of real value, understanding that we need to better serve our students, regardless of whether we're going to make changes to the high school choice process?
I don't see it as an either or. I think, we've decided we're not changing the high school choice process this year, right? So that's done. And so that's, whether we use the equity enhancement or don't use the equity enhancement, we're not changing the high school choice process this year.
No, I understand that. But it does, my question still stands, right? I
answer it.
Okay.
So, we've looked at the equity enhancement as a way to actually staff high schools in a way that is responsive to their demographics, regardless of whether they're even or uneven. Again, and I think Aaron talked about this, a number of years ago, we made a decision to move all of our Title I resources to our elementary schools. Mm-hmm. We already have a just by the way that we've built our middle school schedule, we have added resources into the middle schools. Our middle schools are more expensive per capita than our elementary schools or our high schools. And so this is an attempt to find a way to also, recognize that it's more expensive to support students who have additional needs. So that's why I'm saying it's neither. It's not an either or proposition. We actually, this is something that we could do even if we changed the high school enrollment process so that it was absolutely even in all of our schools. We could still use this formula as a way to, and Aaron talked about the fact that part of the trick with this is for us to ensure that the additional resource that goes to schools is devoted to meeting the needs of the students who need it the most.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate the context about Title I and the more intensive middle school model. And that helps me a lot to understand this. And certainly I'm very supportive of this proposal for an equity enhancement. And I do hope that we do our best to move forward with it this year. I guess my only other question and just highlighting that after the budget season, I would like to come back to high school choice. But I'm wondering, when you present these data, it looks pretty cut and dried, but I'm just wondering how does it differ across the different buildings? So, if you're how much upheaval is this would this potentially cause? If, is it, so I'm not getting at Ms. Russell-Better's question about particular staff, but I'm just wondering, would different buildings experience these changes differently?
Yes. This is, actual classrooms in buildings that would, at the elementary level classrooms that would not exist next year.
Right.
And so, and those are not evenly distributed. It's not like one per school. Could be 3 in one school where another school gets 2 additional staff.
Right. Of course. Okay. Thank you. I'm just trying to think through the application of this. So.
One factor, if I can, just to bring into the conversation here around the enrollment and the shifts, is the acknowledgement that 2 years ago we revised some of our criteria around the out of neighborhood process for elementary and middle schools, and so and that was driven by a lack of kind of clear criteria. To be able to communicate effectively with families. And, concerning demographic trends, right? Our educational options policy and the way that, we're raising the questions about high school patterns of enrollment. Similarly, we had reflections on enrollment impacts that were happening at the middle school and elementary level in particular. So part of what we see here is, and so that was for some schools, kind of an enrollment enhancement for them that is no longer kind of in place to the same degree because, we've kind of clarified and tightened up on those criteria, and been more clear in asserting that, we're a neighborhood-based system, K to 8, hopefully ultimately pre-K to 8, and then a choice system at the high school. So just, as we work through this, what we bring forward in terms of what the potential impacts may be, just that's another factor, that's in the enrollment issues that, is leading to some of the potential impacts.
Excellent. Thank you, Aaron. Our Assistant Superintendent Townsend. Are there other questions from the board? Ms. Santiago.
I wanted more of an explanation on what the unduplicated student count is.
Sure thing. Thank you, Ms. Santiago. So this is thinking about those different program areas, English learners, special ed, or students who are free and reduced lunch, generally considering that it takes, additional resources. Those students participate, even though we have separate, we are about to hear a presentation about, our English learner support. We have specific dedicated resources for those students. By and large, the majority of them are part of the mainstream classes in various ways. And so in recognition of, it taking additional resources to support them, we want to account for that in our formulas, as opposed to treating all students as having kind of the same level of need. So, but instead of counting them each time, a student who might qualify as an English language learner and as a special education student, instead of counting them twice, right, we're just accounting for that individual, right, once in determining this unduplicated student count. Otherwise, we would quickly get to, more numbers than we have actual students potentially, right? Depending on the numbers, and certainly with the numbers at our high schools and within our Portland community, that could happen. So, so it's an approach to just kind of consider each unique individual as opposed to the different ways they might be identified, based on programs or services they receive. Is that?
Yeah, I also had a follow-up.
Sure.
So I know that we said earlier that the freshman class is smaller than what was previously looked at. So I was wondering why we're adding 11.5 FTE. I don't know if that's already been mentioned.
Yeah, and again, this isn't just, overall at the high school, because the exiting classes, at both Portland and Deering are over 200, in some cases close to 240, but incoming classes being, as you saw, 160 or just over 200. So, at both of the schools, we anticipate seeing a smaller number. So the 11.5 should also be considered in the context of the prior slide of the application of that formula, of just the straight staffing formula that does not account for student need, in which there was the reduction of more than 7 FTE. So ultimately, it is just, it would be, if we adopted these, kind of straight, just over 4 positions that would be added across the 3 high schools. So, it's not a significant increase as we look at, across overall 3 high schools.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Santiago. Are there other questions from the board? Ms. Billiou.
I kind of just have a follow-up question to some of the high school trends, specifically with PHS. I'm wondering if you guys looked at what the trend was when PHS was more diverse than the other schools, and kind of what the shift was, what changed and why was it all of a sudden not as diverse as Deering, or why did Deering get more kids of color? Because when I was at school, PHS was the more diverse school and Deering had basically these numbers. So I'm wondering if you guys looked at that shift, and and I personally have also known that a lot of teachers from Deering moved to Portland or started teaching there as well. So have you guys been tracking that shift, or trying to utilize any researches around that?
What I'm struggling to understand what we would do with that information. I mean, we know that's a fact. I mean, that is something that is well known. It's changed back and forth. I just don't really. We can. And ask people why they chose Deering in 2014.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm just saying teachers are moving to a different school. Students are culture is shifting, different resources are moving. Because when I was at Deering, a lot of the cultural relevant resources were at Portland. And even I think Portland even had a clinic or something like that, and they had more.
Do.
But I'm talking about the fact that switch created students were going there because there were cultural, they had that cultural relevance of being comfortable around other staff members because they had more staff of color, being comfortable around downtown because there was more opportunities just for like the cultural aspect of them. Like I went to Deering mostly because my mom wanted me to go there. Sorry, I'm like really shaking. I don't know why. But I went to Deering because my mom wanted me to go there. I didn't go because I wanted to go there. I wanted to go to Portland because that's where all my friends, and culturally, that's where I felt comfortable. So I'm talking about that shift in terms of like, what is the difference? What, like, I don't know why I'm shaking. I'm so sorry. Just like, yeah, like what is the difference? Why do teachers feel more comfortable there? Are they following some type of trend? And just like comfort of students.
Yeah, I don't know that we have looked at staff moving. I know that we've had staff move. Some of it is, sort of reductions at Deering that have led people to, okay, well, my choice is to move, reductions at Deering, increases at Portland High School as a result of those numbers. So some of it is that. I don't know, and I'm looking at you, Barb, if we have any data that shows, more people moving from Portland to Deering, or from Deering to Portland than from Portland to Deering, other than as a result of those increased numbers at Portland and decreased numbers at Deering. To Miss Russell Better's question earlier, when positions are reduced, the staff, we strive to place them in places where they're qualified to teach in the district. And so if we reduced a social studies position at Deering and we created a social studies position at Portland, somebody from Deering would move to Portland or vice versa. So I think that that's the phenomenon that we know has happened in the past few years, why staff have moved. In terms of students, we started doing a student choice survey in 2019, I believe. So we have 2-3 years data right now that we shared, which I know you weren't on the board, but we can get that for you. That showed the reasons why people chose schools. And there isn't something that jumps out. It's pretty consistent from year to year. And it kind of mirrors what you even described in terms of, I wanted to go here, but my parents told me to go there. And so in some cases, it's like my parents wanted me to go there, but I wanted to go here and that's where I went. So I think that, those are consistently the kinds of things that are at play, as well as, I like the athletics. I like the program. I don't remember, what the top 4 reasons are, but they're actually the same for all 3 of the schools. People choose the schools for the same reasons, for things like, I like the program better. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm looking at Aaron and Gavin.
But I think comfort is all, like cultural comfort is also a big thing. And if one school is culturally more sensitive or culturally more aware than the other, then those kids are going to want to go to that school. And I think that's also an important factor. And I think the other part I wanted to emphasize was resources, whereas DHS, I think, even had an African American history class I was being taught at USM. I don't know if that was the same for DHS and PHS. So I'm talking about those type of resources that would gear somebody to a specific school rather than the other if they're going to find that resource at one school. So those are the type of resources that I'm talking about. Have you guys looked at those resources and differing between the different schools and what can gear a student towards Casco Bay High School because Casco Bay has different resources than Deering, or Deering High School because Deering has.
Well, we know, I'm almost 100% certain of this, that the single most important reason why kids choose a high school is because of the program at the high school. And so that, as I said earlier, is true if you go to Deering, if you go to Portland, or if you go to Casco Bay. So it is, in fact, what the school offers. Now, we don't get underneath it to say, what specifically about that program. It's, it's something that we've noted that, consistently people choose different schools for the same reasons. So in some segments that could be considered the choice system working, right? We have 3 distinct choices and people are choosing based on, the elements of that school that is most attractive to them. But, I hear you and I am 100% certain that level of comfort with who is in the building, what is offered is in fact one of the key reasons that people choose. So, but I don't know that we have a specific set of things that, Deering offers that are, particularly attractive to, students who are, English language learners or, Black students. I don't know that.
Isn't that information we can get?
I would be happy to look for that, but I don't know exactly what I would be looking for.
Just to refocus for the conversation ahead of us, or that we're having right now, I think the important piece here and what is really new is that we're looking at a standardized way to staff our high schools, and that all of our schools. We've done it before at the elementary schools and middle schools to a large extent, right? The big innovation here is for high schools, so that that there is that standardization, and then we'd have this equity, this 20% equity enhancement, so that we are better staffing our schools to meet our students' needs. So I think that that's really the conversation today. I think many of the questions that Ms. Billy are raising are really important questions that we can get at more when we talk about high school choice, which we need to have a conversation about when we can. So at least there's, at minimum, an understanding of our intentionality. Are we intending to have one high school that looks demographically very different than our other high schools? And if so, why? And how does that fit within our work as a district? So we need to have that conversation, and I think Ms. Billy is asking excellent questions that get at the cultural differences between the schools and why they exist. And we know from a management perspective, I would argue what we're doing right now is inefficient, but we'll get to that conversation down the road.
And a couple of things. Yeah, I agree. This is not, today's conversation. We have brought the high school choice issue to the board, all the way back to 2018. So I think this is not news to us. This is something that we have brought to the board. And, up until now, the board, has been reluctant to take this up. This year, I was the one who said, we don't have the bandwidth to take this up this year. The results that we're seeing are not this year's results. These are the results that we've been seeing since 2018, right? So, I appreciate your concern. I share that concern, have shared that concern, from 2018 forward. And I know that this has happened. Again, it's historically has shifted from one school to the other. I also just want to make sure that everybody understands that we're talking about, a 10 percentage point difference, right? In many places across the country, that's like what you aspire to, right? There are, so I think that's one. And the other one that I don't want you to lose sight of is we have elementary schools with a much bigger disparity than the one that we're looking at between Portland and Deering High School.
What's the 10% figure that you referenced?
The 10% difference in, 40% versus, 50. So
it's 40 versus 63. So
20 percentage points.
Okay. Okay. I think this is a debate for a different day.
And I'm not debating it. As I've said, I've raised this issue for 4 years now. So
yes. And I think I was also clear that I wanted to tackle this issue as soon as possible, but fully recognizing that COVID takes precedence. And I would just say, maybe to close the high school choice portion of this conversation, that I encourage us to come back to high school choice at a time when we can implement it implement any changes for next year. So with that, and Ms. Billiou, thank you for your good questions. With that, are there any other questions on this portion of this first board focus? If not, perhaps we can move to the second. I just want to say again that this is a huge innovation, and just acknowledge the work that Assistant Superintendent Townsend has put into this. Even if the numbers look quite straightforward and simple, I know that belies the reality. And I think that this is just incredibly helpful in our work to ensure that we're managing our schools in the best way we can, and that we are also meeting our students' needs. So thank you so much, Assistant Superintendent Townsend.
Okay, so we're ready to move on to our second board focus. I believe Carlos is here. Yes, he is. Great. So again, just to tee this up, we are now in our second board focus, where we're going to continue on this theme of looking at the review in our progress to date on the LAU plan for English language learners, and also talk about the forecast of staffing needs and so on that result from the application of our staffing formulas, which again, these are not brand new. We actually started these last year. So Carlos also is going to update us on the work of the vertical team that he's been leading around world language instruction in Portland. So thank you, Carlos.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Hopefully you get a moment to stretch or whatever you need. It's good to be here with you. I'm having some connectivity issues, so I don't know if you can see the PowerPoint that I have here. I guess whatever I'm looking at on the screen.
Correct. Yeah. I think if you...
Yeah, maybe so.
I think it requires Greg making you a co-host so that you can share.
Okay.
So I see him actively doing that right now. So you should be.
It's the first time I've been told to actively stop sharing. So thank you, Malia.
Malia, do you still have rights? Can you go ahead and just share your screen? Okay. Oh, it's Carlos's birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'm glad you chose to spend it with us.
Yes.
If it's a small token, Miss Bondo, when you came up, said, "Oh, my favorite." So there you go. Sorry, Miss Bondo. sharing your secrets. I don't think I was going to say I don't think she's alone. So it's good to see you.
Good to be here with you all. I
might be able to share my screen.
I could probably share mine.
Sorry about the technical difficulty.
Want me to do it?
I tried to jump out of Zoom so that.
Oh, okay. That I don't see you in the Zoom. That's why I can't share it. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'll share. What am I doing here? I have to go to Zoom. I can share my screen.
I also have, in a moment, a few folks sharing in this presentation, and I'll introduce them when they come on. But Jane Armstrong, our Assistant Director of Language Development, is here, as is Maureen Fox, who is our Multilingual Special Ed Coordinator, and Kimberly Elder, who is one of our EL life teachers over at Portland High School. So she's helping us plan some of our programming for our newly arrived students. Thank you. Good to be all here with you. I am Carlos Gomez, Director of Language Development, and I'm here to share with you A little update on where we are with our various programs, including our English language program and our world language programming. So on the next slide, you'll see our aims for today. To give you an update on where we are in our LAU plan implementation, also to report out on the status of our language vertical team, which is working on our language vision for the district, and also to identify some key needs and resources for possible investment in next school year. Before we jump in there, on the next slide, we will take a look at, and you've seen this before, but I want to give you sort of some updated numbers, who are our multilingual English learners. You will see that currently we have approximately 1,600 students that are English learners. This is a dynamic number, so this is changing on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. Many of our students who are English learners are at the beginning levels. So levels 1 and 2 would be beginning levels of English proficiency, and levels 3 to 4.4 are more advanced, but proficiency would be the equivalent of 4.5 or higher. This number also includes our 90 pre-K dual language learners, which you've heard a little bit about in a previous presentation. Important thing to note here is that these numbers are based on 2020 access scores. This is the exam that's given on an annual basis. We didn't give it last year during the hybrid remote schedule that we had. And then on the bottom of this slide, the pie chart kind of gives you a visual of what the most common languages are. We still have somewhere over 60 to 65 home languages spoken. The 5 largest languages in order right now of our students is Portuguese, Spanish, Somali, Arabic, and French, all between 150 to almost 300 students, I believe, for those languages. 163 students have enrolled since the beginning of the school year. Approximately 266 of our total English learners are also dual identified and have individualized education plans. 240 or so of our English learners are McKinney-Vento homeless identified for this school year. We have over 300 students that are long-term English learners, so they have been receiving EL services for 6 or more years. We expect that our students would exit English learner services within 5 years. And then we also have about 111 students that have recently exited based on the 2020 scores. And again, we wouldn't have any that exited this past year since we didn't administer access last year. On the next slide, you'll get just a taste of some of the diversity and complexity and variety of English learners. So whenever we do arrange our programming, we're always considering a number of factors, including the language and culture of origin of the students, what their English proficiency level is, what their L1 or their primary language or language of literacy, to see what their proficiency level is in that area, in that language. We're also looking at the age and grade level of the students and some of the other factors. On the right-hand side, you see many of our students over half are born in the United States, come from households where another language is spoken. Many of our students are newcomers, as you saw on the previous slide, and then their immigration status, whether refugee or asylee, is important, as each of those designations comes with different levels of different supports and needs. Something that you'll hear about in a moment, some communities refer to it as SIFE, Students with Interrupted Formal Education. We have been using the acronym SLIFE, Students with Limited or Interrupted Formal Education. So we'll talk a little bit about what that means. Long-term English learners I referred to earlier, as well as the dual identified students. So that gives you a taste of who our students are and a little update here on where we are with our LAU plan implementation. So if you recall, the revised LAU plan happened in 2020. You were all very supportive of that work. That was really our school community's work. And a couple of things to recall from that exercise and from that planning. One of the things that we're looking at is really seeing multilingualism as an asset and not a deficit model. We are actively looking to promote the seal of biliteracy among our English learners and as many of our students as possible. We recognize the importance of heritage and primary language literacy in terms of not only cultural identity, pride, connection to family, but also in relation to the development of English language and English literacy. We know that to be true. Literacy in one language leads to literacy in other languages. We also called out the fact that all of our teachers are meeting the needs of our English learners or should be working to meet the needs of our English learners. It's not our EL teachers only that are in charge of the English language development of our students. And with all of the nuances and depth of what you saw in who our English learners are, you see that really it's not one program, not one size fits all. We really need to be actively customizing and individualizing, building on the strengths and everything that our students bring to the table. Our LAU plan is based on our district priority focal points, and I'll call out two here in particular. Access to grade level learning with appropriate supports and scaffolds, specifically for language learners, as well as professional learning culture and collaboration. So we recognize that collaboration between our EL staff and our general educators is some of the most profound professional development and some of the most important building blocks to collective efficacy that we know of. And we recognize that this goes across curriculum, assessment, and instruction. So that's something that we're always keeping in mind. So where are we in our implementation process and progress towards implementing our LAU plan? I'll share with you these three broad areas, and then I'm going to ask my co-presenters to tell us a little bit about, from their perspective, some of the things that we can highlight for this area. So regarding collaboration and Tier 1 instruction, we know that our EL staff, including the staff that we hired over the summer and into the school year. So we were still hiring into the fall, into September and October, given the number of new positions that were created in the past, as well as some resignations that happened in the late summer or early school year. Our EL staff is providing direct instruction to our ILD students and to our CAL students. It is important to recognize, and you saw in the earlier numbers, that our ILD numbers, our lower level English proficiency, our students who are beginning their journey, do require direct instruction and collaboration that becomes increasingly challenging given our staff, our school schedules, the pandemic restrictions, et cetera. Collaboration is also a key piece of this, and as much as possible, we are working towards creating more opportunities for collaboration, and the additional staff that came on will eventually lead to greater opportunities for collaboration. I think it's important to note among the new staff members, we do have teachers who are changing and new to this role. So they may have been experienced classroom teachers, but are novice or beginner EL teachers. In some cases, we have our ed techs who are changing into a teaching role. So lots of exciting opportunity and diversity and experience, but also take some time to onboard and support some of our newer staff members. At the SLIFE level, the secondary level we're predominantly focused on. We have over 35 high school students right now that we are sort of recognizing as needing or receiving SLIFE services. This is, in addition, this is a combination of students who have arrived recently, as well as some students that have been with us for a year, maybe arrived as eighth graders and have come in at the receiving these services in the ninth grade. So there's a combination of factors. In all these cases, we're addressing the social, emotional, academic, and linguistic needs of our students. Another area that we focused in on from our past Lao Plan conversations is around students who are English learners with IEPs or with disabilities. And we have a multilingual special education coordinator whose role is creating protocols and practices to ensure that the language development needs of our dual identified students are being met. So that's kind of a high level picture of where we are in our implementation process. And I'm going to turn this over to Jane Armstrong, who will tell us a little bit about how collaboration or what collaboration looks like, what it has the potential to look like. So Jane, if you're out there, I can't see you, but feel your presence.
I feel your presence too. And you're lucky it's 9, because I was going to sing you a happy birthday song and since it was recorded, but we will save that for another day. So really nice to see you all. Really, really honored to be here. And speaking about collaboration, it is an exciting topic. It's also something that appears pretty simple and is really complex and nuanced and dynamic, and keeps many of us in the game of education because it's always new and changing all the time. And one of the pieces that we wanted to highlight was really the shift in the paradigm of teaching in our schools. And so on the left, on that big diagram, you'll see a paradigm of where language was seen as a prerequisite to meaningful participation in core instruction and core curriculum. And really where we are, and what's really exciting about being in Portland Public Schools, is we are in a 21st century paradigm. And what that really says is that what we understand is that collaboration is essential, and it creates and seeds the conditions for us in our schools for us to be doing just that, which is shared responsibility, access and opportunity, integration of content alongside language, knowing that language acquisition is a time-based process, but it doesn't happen in isolation. And in fact, being in a collaborative setting, in a supported setting, has benefits for both student learning as well as teacher learning. And we see that, and we heard Cindy Soul speak about that at the beginning of the presentation. It was just really cool to hear her say words that really are just totally emblematic of collaboration, which is integration, sense-making, belief in one another, a vision, a shared vision, having leadership that believes in you. And that's school board all the way down to the cabinet, down to the building leaders, the teachers, the staff. and really recognizing the role of language and that we have reading, writing, speaking, and listening. And how are we explicitly and systematically teaching that in a very shared and collaborative setting? And so what we wanted to highlight with you all were just examples of what you all have endorsed and supported over the years. And we have co-taught high school classes where L teachers are working with in the mathematics department and history and science and building out those content areas and working side by side to have access for students who otherwise might struggle to be in those classes, and really putting the onus on the teaching and the instruction and supporting students in that process. We have a shared consistent math curriculum right now, which has really been a game changer and is really enabling us to have a more collaborative approach with our math coaches, our L teachers, our special educators, our grade level teachers. And so that's been really exciting to see and go on learning walks with building leaders and to look at shared practices, look at student work across schools. And we know that a really high quality curriculum has the opportunity to provide access and opportunity. And we see that with this curriculum. And then I would end with our DLL teachers in their UK program. And I've definitely had the honor of working with them this year, learning with them, and the work that is happening at that very essential foundational level for our 4 and 5-year-olds, and how much potential there is. And if you want to see strong collaboration, you just go there and you see it, and the kids do it. And it really is an incredible model for what we need to do throughout the district. So I just wanted to highlight the current investments that we have are moving us in the right direction with professional learning, with our collective understanding of language acquisition as being a time-based process, and knowing who our students are linguistically and culturally and academically is critical, because it's different today than it was a few years ago or 10 years ago or 20 years ago in Portland. And then creating those systems and structures that can support that work is the work of collaboration. So I thank you all, and I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Kimberly Elder.
Thanks, Jane. Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. As Carlos mentioned, SLIFE stands for Students with Limited and/or Interrupted Formal Education. Our preliminary learnings during these first few months are that in using the draft definition from the Maine Department of Education, the majority of our new arrivals qualify as SLIFE. It is essential to note that this evolving SLIFE definition is a tool rather than a label, which informs dynamic and rigorous instruction. We are currently offering foundational literacy instruction as an in addition to or a wraparound service, which has been quite successful. L teachers are noting an increased level of confidence in students who participate in the literacy course. And also at the semester break, half of the class was able to move on to upper level classes. It's our hope to include additional program elements next year, including an advisory section for social and emotional support, wraparound numeracy support, and access to L1 courses. And I will pass the baton to Maureen.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Maureen Fox here. I'm happy to be here. I'm going to share a few highlights in serving our Ls with disabilities. So these highlights really tell a story about teamwork and collaboration. And then these are a few examples of that collective efficacy. So the Loud Plan, section 5, that's the section that focuses on students accessing all programs, including special education, section 504, gifted and talented. And then that is aligned to the special education handbook. So we have been really finalizing this section and that alignment with the special education handbook to have that section as part of that. And then within that, we've really been working on some tools to support teams and to support decision-making teams as they are inclusive of language and culture of ELs with disabilities. So that's creating an IEP checklist, an MTSS for ELs checklist, which lists a lot of specific assessments addressing social cultural factors, as well as a characteristic checklist of ELs for Chapter 104. Another example is we have a cohort of special education and ELL teachers who are currently taking an online UMO, University of Maine and Orono course. This course is focusing on supporting dual identified ELs, supporting them in the classroom. And this is exciting because it's the special ed teacher, some specialists, and our EL teachers learning together. And then we have a plan in place to share that learning and apply that learning with other colleagues in their school buildings. And then there's the integration of specially designed instruction and English language development instruction through a model called ATELA. ATELA stands for Alternate English Language Learner Assessments. This is a project through the University of Wisconsin, supported by WIDA, the consortium that developed the access test. And it's focused on our English learners with significant cognitive disabilities. And through this model, it's really a model of collaboration. So we've talked a lot about collaboration, and here's another example of this work needing to happen through a collaborative model. It can't happen in isolation or siloed in any way, but through integrating language within the IEP goals and the individual language plan goals of the English language learner.
Thank you, Maureen, Kimberly, and Jane. So hopefully you get a little flavor of some of the work that we've been working on that is driven by what's in the LAU plan. And based on some of the experiences that we've had this year and over the last couple of years, where some key needs are sort of rising to the surface. And the next slide here kind of summarizes it for you into three key buckets. So one is around additional language support and collaboration for the students that are with us. We are seeing an increased need for Spanish and Portuguese language support district-wide across multiple schools. We are also seeing an increase in English learners at a couple of our schools, Lyseth and Deering in particular, that we feel need some attention in the way of various supports. We are also on the cusp of expanding our pre-K classrooms, and the pre-K DLL teacher would be needed in terms of just numbers of students as well as number of classrooms and locations where we would have to send our staff. So in that broad category, that's one area of need. Some of the things that we've learned over the course of the last few months and over the course of the pandemic has to do with our Latinx community, specifically of the students who were most affected adversely by this whole pandemic. The Latinx community has risen to a level that we've been hearing about and seeing from our teachers, as well as from conversations with community members. And some of the areas where we're looking to support is around additional SLIFE services there, as well as support for vocational and career education at Paths, and dual language support. So this is content instruction in primary language. And then we're also, as Maureen has been working on practices and protocols at the district level, we are seeing an increased a need to address in direct service, direct specialized service for English learners who are in our district student support service programs like Beach, functional life skills, et cetera. So those are three major areas that we're seeing as areas of need. So that's in terms of English learners. And I want to just point our attention for a moment to some of the work on our language vertical team that looks more broadly at language as a big picture. So on the next slide here, next couple of slides, I'm going to give you a quick update on what we've been up to. So we know that world language and including English language instruction is really an opportunity to build equity and social justice in our community. We all know that the earlier we start with language instruction, the better. We know that learning one language leads to the more easier acquisition of the next language. We know that we know all the great attributes of around brain science of what language learning can do. And yet recently, over the last couple of years, we have as a district eliminated elementary language programming and cut back on middle school language programming. The purpose of the vertical team is to sort of step back for a moment and look at developing a vision that will inform all of us in our work around languages. So we are in the process of developing a vision to share with you that synergizes the power of language and content instruction happening simultaneously, of a vision for a program that maximizes our students' language potential, establishes opportunities for different pathways towards heritage language fluency and towards the seal of biliteracy, and one that elevates cross-cultural literacy and equity as important aspects of language learning. So on the next slide, you'll see some of the topics that our team has tackled. It'd be good to mention here that the vertical team is composed of teachers, students, community members, including college professors and professionals that work in the community around different language programming, as well as the state director of English of EL programming for the state of Maine. And some of the things that we've been looking at in our first two meetings include sort of a look at who our community is, what are some of the languages in our community, what are some of the critical languages of importance sort of nationwide. And most recently in our January meeting, we looked at immersion programs. So I do want to highlight some of the work around immersion programming there, but be a good plug. Next meeting is March 15th in a few weeks, and we're going to be looking at potential graduation requirements or implications, pluses and minuses of having a high school graduation requirement around world language and looking at what possible elementary world language programming could look like. So that's coming up. But as far as immersion, which was a recent topic and one that's come up among this board in the past, I do want to highlight some key opportunities and key challenges. We have, and we know that two-way immersion is really is something that will benefit English learners, and one that and the type of programming that aligns with the Portland Promise. This would be a great way to increase the number of students in the long run that receive the seal of biliteracy. We know that heritage languages can be woven into world language programming to some degree at the younger levels, and really across the district. And we also have some good learnings that we can apply from our one-way Spanish immersion program at LICEF. So we have several years of experience there that we can apply to building immersion programs out. There are some key challenges that the vertical team has identified, and one that we're kind of exploring as we do our work throughout this year in preparation for delivering a vision to you all by the end of the school year. One is that not all languages are equal in terms of staffing and curriculum, resource, and opportunities. So Spanish is obviously the second largest language group in the United States, and many materials are already available in Spanish. So some of the other languages are a little bit more difficult to staff a K through 12 or K through 5 program, for instance. We also, Portland is unique, whereas some school districts have high prominence of specific languages across the district. We have pockets of languages throughout the district, and I think that came up in some of your conversations on the previous topic. But we do at some point need a critical mass for languages, and they appear to be different across different schools. So that's something that we're sort of exploring. And then there's the challenge of aligning the current LICEF immersion program to the Portland Promise. It's something that we recognize would benefit from having a larger number of Spanish speakers in that program. So those are some of the things that we've been discussing at the vertical team. So I'm putting all this together here, both the EL piece and the world language piece, and starting to look ahead at what some of our budget priorities are. Just want to remind you of what our previous LAU plan investments have included. Currently we have about 73 and a half total adults working with our EL students. That includes K through 12 EL teachers, pre-K DLL teachers, and ed techs. About 10 and a half of them have been added in the last year as pre-K expands, as we try to implement some of the collaboration work that Jane referred to earlier. We've also made investments in having our general educators have the tools to work with our English learners. So you heard about some of the work from Maureen around college courses that help build our collective capacity. We've also made some investments. We have about 5 of our literacy coaches working towards their ESOL endorsement, taking a course on teaching reading to multilingual learners. We also have made investments in contracted language support. So this is for languages that we don't have staff members in Portland Public Schools that speak that language, that we reach out and contract for them, or if we are inundated with requests, as has been the case with Spanish and Portuguese. So there's still a need there. In terms of our SLIFE work, you see what we have we're splitting between 2 schools because most of our students at the secondary level are at Deering and at Portland. That's not to say that there aren't students at Casco and at our middle schools, but predominantly that's where we're reaching most of our secondary students at those 2 schools. With halftime teacher, you met Kimberly Elder here a moment ago. We have another teacher, halftime teacher at Deering High School, Wendy Toole. We have a halftime social worker that we're splitting between schools, and we unfortunately have not been able to hire her and put her in place until this coming month due to staffing in other programs. So it's been challenging. It was very appropriate and generous addition of staff in previous years in budget, but it was also a large number of people to hire and bring on board, and at a time when as you've heard, it's been challenging. And then we heard from Maureen around our dual identified students. So we have Maureen Fox in place who brings tremendous experience and skills to that role, again, at a large district level. So looking ahead, some of our anticipated resource investments, again, are around tier 1 instruction, having rigorous grade level expectations of all of our students. We're seeing a need for support and staff for Latinx students, for pre-K, DLL, for our dual identified students, our SLIFE students, and I forgot to write in their paths as well. We've heard overwhelmingly from the Latinx community that access to vocational training is desired, and that's also a very rich place for language learning, and important to capture. We also have EL support for Spanish and Portuguese, as I mentioned, language supports. On the world language level, we have been, as the LICEF immersion program, students finish 5th grade and enter middle school. We have a 6th grade class, a 7th grade class, and then next year we'll have a full 3 grade span there. The students are receiving a third of their day in Spanish, and we've been able to do that without any additional staff. But this year, covering all 3 of those grade levels, we would need to ask for support there. As far as critical languages in Chinese, we've had a very positive relationship with the Confucius Institute in terms of the folks that they've sent to us over the last few years at relatively no cost to us, just some visa fees and no salary or benefits attached to that. This year, last year that relationship discontinued. We were able to put somebody in temporarily this year, a wonderful teacher who is also Vietnamese, Japanese teacher. We'd love to be able to build on what has been established over the last 8 years with that support. It's a critical language. Our U.S. State Department has been looking to staff and support more instruction of this language as well as Arabic. We already do offer Arabic at Deering. We are applying, and we'll hear back in early March if we made it to the 2nd of 3 rounds for the Teachers of Critical Language program, which would give us a Chinese teacher for a year to give us a chance to build out the program. In terms of curriculum materials, there are some materials that need to support that we need for support for SLIFE, for some of our heritage and critical languages. And then as far as the family and community language support. So I work predominantly with the teaching and learning classroom support with our ed techs. But on the multilingual center side, we also have increased needs for what we will anticipate as families coming from Afghanistan, Pashto speakers, as well as Dari and Farsi. So we'll probably need, we're anticipating increased interpreter contracted demands there. And our family community engagement specialists currently, Spanish, Arabic, and Lingala, I believe, are under grant funding that is being reduced due to a number of factors, and we still have that need. So we're anticipating a need in the local budget for that. And then finally, just a quick, you heard a lot about methodologies and FTEs. So I'm grateful for Aaron for kind of planting that seed. But in terms of our EL staffing ratios, Really, this image here gives you a sense of what we consider. So we do consider EL proficiency levels when we assign our teachers, ed techs, and pre-K DLL teachers. And also we look at sort of in the middle rows of that section there, we look at a number of factors that sort of speak to the complexity of English learners, which I talked about earlier. And then finally, we also have had conversations both with our Latinx students and families, as well as the community level with the vertical team and some other conversations that help us recognize what the needs are and how we can address those. So I'll stop there and get a drink of water and try to answer some of your questions.
Thank you so much, Carlos. Are there questions from the board? Ms. Bondo.
It's not a question.
Sorry, Ms. Billy.
It's not a question. It's just, I guess, a remark. But I really appreciate this, and I think if Jane's on, I also wanted to say hi to her because she was one of my mentors back when I was in school. So that was really cool to see her on screen. Yeah. Like she actually messaged me, which was really cool. But I really appreciate just kind of like that immersion aspect. I know that when I was in ELL taking mainstream classes, it was really hard for me to really feel confident in my ability to succeed in those mainstream classes because I really didn't have the support and I felt really alone in that process. So I really appreciate you all creating the space for ELL or L teachers to be in those spaces and to guide those students as well, because obviously they still need that extra push. So I really appreciate all of this and thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bilia. All right, now Ms. Bondo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I've been waiting for. Since last year, been asking where we're doing with the law plan. So thank you. And quick question on the 316 long-term UL. And I tried to figure out, you just mentioned it may take about 4 or 5 years if we consider them to be a long-term, right? So example, if we had some newcomer coming about middle of the elementary school, so do we have some other cases who are students moving to middle school and to be considered like a long-term UAL students?
Yeah, so if a student comes in, say, in 3rd grade, that would be sort of their base year, and then they would have the state asks that we have that student. The expectation is they would reach proficiency by the end of the 5th year after that. So that would be by 8th. Do the math here. By 8th grade or 9th grade. One of the two.
So that means from there they still have a support, right? Keep going to the middle school. I just want to.
They would go to middle school. Looks like Maureen had her hand raised too.
Yeah, Maureen.
Yeah, I wanted to add that many, if not most, of the long-term Ls are dual identified students.
So they have both.
So receiving special education services. So that's kind of a component that really needs to be considered.
Okay, I see what you mean. Right. So coming to that dual identification, I see we have a 266. So that number keep increasing. If I could just review my notes, we were on 251 last year. So I think we are 266. So now I see then we have a coordinator who's working on the protocol to try to build some other language. So I wonder, those protocols are going by case, or it's going to be a general broad of the the learning process, because I need just to understand if that role is going to be able to confirm that the case is a dual identify student, or just the student just need a language support.
Right. That's exactly what Maureen works on, and she's building. We're trying to do a two-pronged approach, right? One is broad district protocols. That's what Maureen is helping us do. At times she needs, and she can speak more to this, but she gets into the weeds, so to speak, to really understand a situation. In some cases, that may inform our decision to help identify a student for special ed, or in some cases, a reverse special ed identification. So I don't know, Maureen, if there's anything else you'd want to speak to about that, since that is complicated, nuanced work that, grateful that Maureen is working with us on that.
Right. And yes, it is both very broad district wide and then also case by case individual student. But the other thing is what we're really trying to do, and I kind of mentioned some of this in the highlights, is that our dual identified students really are entitled to both English language support and special education support. And not all students receive that English language support. Given the nature of their special education program. So it's a challenge, it's complex, but again, it's something that we're really working on, knowing that our dual identified students need English language instruction and support just as much as any other students who are not identified for special education.
Okay. Just want to make sure, do we have enough parent engagement to that process? Because some of the parents really reject the fact then that child has a dual identification needs. So I just want to make sure then we have those parent engagement working on through that process with the school.
We do.
We do.
Yeah.
Yes. We really do. We really, we have our family community engagement specialists and our interpreters, and through our MTSS process that we involve the parents and are discussing and working collaboratively in a team effort with families and parents as well. So I really see that we've really improved over the years in terms of parents understanding special education and being really thoughtful in the process of what's a learning difference and what's a disability, and helping all team members understand that along the way.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So my other question is on the IPS, the 266 that we have. I mean, are we adding some integrated courses with the literacy therapy, like a mathematics or something?
For
the IEPs.
For students with IEPs. So
yes.
Those are students K through 12. And they would, in some cases, they are in most cases, I would say, they are in classrooms, right, with regular classroom teachers. In some cases, depending on their disability, they are in district programming. They're in their least restrictive environment. And that's really where we're trying to build everybody's skills, both the special educator skills, knowledge around language development, our EL teachers' skills around IEPs and specialized design instruction, and our general educators' needs on sort of understanding the differences.
Okay, great. So the 111 exceeded. So I just want to know if those being exceeded is being impacted from the implementation of the law plan, or it was just happening from the process that went before, we have some impact with the law plan implementation?
On average, we have about 9.5%, 10% of our English learners exiting EL services based on that year's access score.
Oh, okay.
Every year. So We did not offer the access test last year. We did not administer it because we were concerned with the space, the loss of instructional time, the sort of the heavy lifting that it took. So really there are no students that I know of that exited. There were only about 10 students who took access last year, especially requested or we made, there were so many students in remote academy as well. So, so the 111 reflect the students that were exited based on 2020 score.
Okay.
I would expect, a slightly larger number of exited students this year. I would think. I don't know.
Okay. So I just want to say thank you, because when I look at I just want to emphasize what Mr. Birlio said about the immersion on the language, why really incorporate the whole system to support the students. So I think we're moving to a great direction. I'm a favor of the language in it. To be a polyglot myself, so I know exactly how we're moving. So the immersion, then the vertical team is working on that. I think we're going to a game changer to try to incorporate more of those language to help really our students to thrive academically. Thank you so much for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bondo. Ms. Russell-Butter.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the really informative presentation, Carlos. I just had a couple questions. I clearly need to brush up on my EL acronyms. So there are a couple.
We have so many for you.
Need some help with the IELD and CALS.
Yeah.
I wanted to know. Want to make sure I'm understanding those.
Yeah. So the IELD is Intensive English Language Development. So those are students who are on the beginning of their English proficiency journey. So they would be scoring in the 1 to 2 range on access test.
Okay.
And then CALS would be cognitive academic language skills. So that would be students who are further along, closer to proficiency. Proficiency is defined by the state of Maine as 4.5 composite score on access. And on the access tests. So, yeah.
So I'm sorry. So CALS that's also would, you said IELD, but like 1 to 2 scores, is that also on that?
On the scale would be about 3.0 to 4.4. Yeah.
Thank you. And then I just had a couple questions about, I don't know if my slides are coming up here. The slide where you had anticipated needs. Let me just see if I can find. I just had a question about, let's see if I can find it. Well, I just was curious because it made a lot of sense to me that there are needs in the SSS programs. And I think I can't find the slide, but I think.
Slide 14.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
So it was the specific 30 plus students having individualized service. So what does that look like now? Just for me to understand, I mean, is that really there isn't that the specific individualized, or just kind of trying to understand what does that look like now for those students?
Yeah.
Getting EL support at all? Like, what is that?
Yeah. Maureen, do you want to help us understand a little bit more the students in district programs about the EL services that they may or may not be receiving?
Sure. So that's a group of students I'm kind of advocating for in terms of making sure that there is English language support for them. But the difficulty is that their disability related needs are very high, as well as their English language needs perhaps. But their least restrictive environment is kind of a self-contained specialized program most of their day, if not all of their day.
Yep.
So they can't access the English language program.
Yep.
And we don't really have the staffing of an EL teacher with the special ed expertise to really provide that service. What it looks like now is a little more of a consultation with the EL teacher. Those students would still have an individual language plan, and they would again consult with the EL teacher about strategies and scaffolds and supports to build integrated language into their program, whatever that may be. But it doesn't really happen daily or on a regular enough basis, given the staffing and the structures or lack of structures of the program. That's where we were talking about that collaboration. It must be integrated. It really needs to be that whole team approach to integrating language into the special education program and the IEP goals.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And so right now, that's speaking to right now, there are 30 plus students that have that need that are in those one of the SSS programs and have that.
Right. And I've identified that as 30, those students. I mean, we have students in a Breathe program. We have students in the Governor Baxter program, but they're a little bit more fluid and engaging in mainstream classes throughout their day. So that's why we really kind of focused on these specialized special purpose programs in the district. And there are right now 30 plus students who are English language learners.
Great. Thank you so much. And just one other quick question, Carlos, was about, and now my wireless is not working, but the FCE specialist positions, I think you had specifically said, was it Spanish, Portuguese, and Arabic? Maybe Lingala. Was Lingala also?
Not Arabic.
Oh, not Arabic. Okay.
Lingala, Spanish, and Portuguese.
Okay. And am I remembering correctly that there have been Spanish positions added? Is that right? I mean,
we added 0.65.
Okay. But those are specifically a position free, or would be kind of like a.
I think they're portions of positions.
Portions of positions. Okay. But those are, will you just remind me, is there a Portuguese family? There is at least a portion of a position. Okay. Two. And then Lingala?
I believe 0.8.
0.8. Okay. So you're saying the need is for further, not a full FTE, but to increase each of those languages, you're having more need for those. Each of those
my understanding is that they're multi-sourced funding. So they're grant funded, they're locally funded. It's a combination. And some of the, I think the refugee grant, I believe that number is coming down, so that's increasing our need for local support for the positions that exist.
And Carlos, you don't know this, but Grace just walked out, so otherwise she would be the one to answer those questions. That level of detail.
I can ask.
We can follow up with you.
Yes, I can ask there too, but thank you. I just, and I don't have the slide in front of me, but that's just helpful to know and advocating for those. Those seem really important to me. So, okay. Thank you so much.
They do amazing work.
Yes.
And, really to some of the conversation that we spoke of earlier, this is a two-way street. This is us learning about some of the challenges and the perspectives from the various community members to inform our work, both as EL teachers, special educators, and classroom teachers, but also an opportunity to share with families sort of the nuances of what services could be available and which ones would be appropriate and what the process is for that.
Talking about collaboration tonight too, right? So, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell-Better. Next, we're going to go to Board Member Burke.
Thank you, Chair. To Carlos and everybody else here tonight. Carlos has heard me say this a number of times, and those joining tonight that I haven't met before. Just will reiterate that you speak one of my educational love languages. So thank you for being here, and thank you for all that you do. I really appreciate tonight's update and the reality check of how even when we do the right thing at the board and the community level, like making the investments and the reality of implementing, it just takes some time. And so thanks for giving us some detail there. I'll continue to track the needs that you brought forward tonight as they're worked into the superintendent's proposed budget that we'll see on March 15th. And for that reason, won't see you at your vertical integration meeting on that same day. But
it's the same day.
It's the same day, yeah. And as I say, every time you present, I'm here for this. I think so much of what's been discussed tonight and previously is the future of Portland Public Schools. I'm glad you're leading the work because you're doing the thoughtful, considered, and nuanced work that this deserves. I might be a little bit more of a bull in a china shop in terms of my approach because I just don't have the skill that you do. So I'm glad it's you.
It's a collective effort.
Yes. Yeah. When I say you, you all that are here tonight and all your other colleagues. And that's all. Just those are my comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Burke. Mr. Youssef.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, the team. And it's amazing how we worked on the budget, on the fight that we had with the city, the implementation of those investment are seen here. So thank you for the work that you guys doing. For the last slide, the staffing methodologies. What is MLC intake trends? I missed that part.
Sure. Multilingual Center. So that is where we have our family community engagement specialists, and they also have the intake center. So when students arrive to enroll, when families arrive to enroll their students, they will go through the intake center where a series of interviews, questions, screenings, a lot of sort of legal steps that we have to take whenever we enroll students happens at the Multilingual Center intake. So the trends that we're seeing there, for example, we were, as an example, last year during the pandemic, during the hybrid remote year, school year FY21, there weren't too many new arrivals for pandemic reasons, a lot of other factors. We are seeing more students arrive, families arriving to enroll their students in school. I know that our neighboring communities are seeing even more than we are, but that trend is picking up. And from those numbers, we are seeing increased Latinx students. So approximately 50% of the students that are arriving are Spanish speakers, which is considerably different than pre-pandemic. So those are the kind of trends that we can't predict, but we can kind of see in hindsight.
So that's when assigning students to the ELL happens.
Right. That's when the student identifies a language other than English at home as the primary language, then we have to screen them, and at that point we determine on that proficiency scale 1.0 to 4.5. It actually goes higher, but beyond 4.5 is considered English proficient.
Okay. So if the students born here and went through pre-K, and when that assignment happens?
So for pre-K students, there is also an assessment that we do. It's not the same one that we do K through 12. By state law, we do the same one for K through 12, but for pre-K, that's been left up to local districts. We use an assessment called the pre-LAS, appropriate for that grade, for that age level. And depending on the score on that assessment, on that screener, we assign EL if the student's an English learner or not. We determine that from there, and then they will remain an English learner until they the earliest they would be able to become officially proficient would be during the kindergarten year on that access test that's given. Right now, we're in the middle of access testing. We'll receive the scores in May, and so that's the soonest the student would be proficient.
Oh, yeah, thank you. That just leaves me, not a question, but it's more discussion about, do those students who was born here need ELL class? Because I hear from parents complaining that may be labeling them instead of a tool helping them, and that might go with them long run.
Mm-hmm.
That they feel that they're not exposing same challenge as their peers who are native students.
Mm-hmm. I think that's an important question that I think has been reflected on ever since we officially had English learners back in the early to mid 1970s. What we do know is that we, by law, have to determine the English proficiency of our students, and we, by law, are responsible for ensuring that they develop English and have access to all academic programming. And our Allow plan sort of determines how we do that as a school district and as a community. I think inherent in the process, there is some level of singling out. At the same time, the spirit of this is to ensure the right to an education, and knowledge of English is key, but also preservation of, and we talked a little bit about literacy in other languages is key, and dual language learning is key. So those are all important pieces. In some schools, in some communities, different states, the EL programming looks a lot different than what it looks like here. I'm proud to be here and constantly amazed by my colleagues and the teachers that I see, and a real sense of doing what is good for students. But at the same time, I recognize that some families might see that in a different way, and that's our role to hear from them, to adjust our programming to what we hear from them, and also hone our skills to be efficient language teachers, powerful, inspiring language teachers.
And ultimately, Mr. Youssef, if a family decides that they don't want their child to be in the EL program, they have the ability to opt that way. But, obviously, we use our professional judgment and the data that we have to suggest whether they actually need it, and at the end of the day, it's in the same way that in special education, somebody, we could potentially say we think somebody needs special education, the parent decides that they don't.
Yeah, it's more sharing my experience, and a lot of students who was born here don't even speak their own language with their parents. So they culturally integrate and assimilate here. So and I don't know how many parents know that option, because even in special education needs, a lot of families have that stigma where they feel their children are not mentally, disabled or something like that. And I had experience where parents told me that to not share that with the students, and just tell him that he's being assigned in one of the programs in the school. So That's where I'm not sure if every family has the experience, or, knowledge to.
I would bring it back to your original question, I believe was around MLC, the Multilingual Center. So part of that intake process is if a student is identified for EL services, that what those services are is explained to the family in a language that they understand. And then the family at intake has the right to decline those EL services at that moment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Youssef. Are there any other questions from the board? Seeing none, I just want to echo Board Member Burke's comments, and this is in particular tonight. I think the highlight of my night has been this collaboration highlight slide showing the paradigm shift. I understood that's what we were doing, but just really appreciate this visual and the clear articulation of it. And also, as Board Member Burke said, just grappling with your being forthright about the challenges of adding needed staff, the reality of that. I hope we can this year, even in a challenging budget, continue to make progress. And yeah, thank you so much for all of this work. Like so many of us, it's an absolute highlight for me, and we look forward to supporting it through the budget in every way we can.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to share some of the great work that our Department of Language Development is working on, both EL teachers, world language teachers, our ed techs, and all of the folks that work with us. It's hard, but important work, and so thank you. And this has been the highlight of my evening too. So.
And happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Carlos.
Appreciate it. All right.
And just as we end the board focus, just to remind the board that the purpose of doing these board focuses the way that we're doing them is we are gearing up for the budget process, and we want to make sure that you are able to contextualize everything that is coming at you during the budget in this level of understanding of what that actually looks like on the ground. And that's why we spend the time that we spend doing these updates as we lead up to the budget. As you heard from the chair and you heard from me, it is going to be an incredibly challenging budget year. So it's important for you to understand the things that we would want to do that we may not be able to do, as much as understand the things that, that we are going to be able to do. So I think that, I just want to make sure that you understand that, what we're looking at right now and just rolling over our budget is a very significant increase in taxes. And so, it's important for you to understand that while we would love to do all of these things, we probably will not be able to. And so just want to make sure that you understand that.
Thank you for being thoughtful in the process, and have a good evening.
Happy birthday, Carlos.
I guess I'll just say one more thing, which is just to thank the staff for the time it takes to make these in-depth presentations, because I know from the board's perspective, it is so critical for us to then be able to to enter the budget process full, as aware as possible of the different considerations that we need to make. So thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for making the time to present all of this information to us. Okay, now we're going to move to old business. First read of the proposed FY 2023 capital improvement projects. Is there a motion? Mr. Youssef, seconded by Ms. Bondo. Mr. Superintendent, would you like to speak to this motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Tonight, we're asking you to approve our recommended capital improvement plan request to the City Council. At the last meeting, you participated in a workshop where we outlined the proposed CIP, which was for 3.4 million. Since then, we've made a slight change to the proposal by lowering the projected cost of the replacement of the boiler here in this building. And the newest amount is for approximately $100,000 in savings. So the revised total is now just over 3.3 million. And you have that revision in your packet. It's labeled revision number 3. Also in your packet is the city manager's proposed CIP request for the city, including our request. The manager's proposal for school district CIP is for approximately $1.8 million. In that proposal, you will see the roof repairs at Portland High School missing, and you will see the addition of the renovation of single-use restrooms at Talbot Community School. So I'm recommending that the school board move forward with the approval of the recommended CIP that's before you. We learned about the manager's recommendation late last week and have been working with interim city manager Danielle West and with finance director Brendan O'Connell, who I believe is still with us tonight, to figure out ways to advance the significant needs identified in our request while understanding the overall challenges that the city faces in its ability to bond. So specifically, we're looking at a couple of avenues. One is accessing what we believe is $1 million in capital reserves that we are currently carrying to offset, partially offset the cost of the PHS roof replacement, and or to shift some or all of the HVAC projects that are currently set to be funded using the state revolving renovation fund bonds to use ARPA funding, so our ESSER funding. If we're successful in getting Maine DOE permission to shift the approved loans to cover the roof replacement, which was only partially slated to be funding using SRFF, roughly to the tune of $250,000. So the packet also contains a memo outlining details of the projects as well as the full 6-year capital improvement plan and the previous iteration of our proposal. So I will stop there and open it up to any questions and subsequently to any discussion that the board may have on this. And I should look to see if Brendan is still with us.
I'm still with you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Brendan, for being here. I know it's late, so I appreciate you sticking with us.
So with that, I'll open up to questions, but I'm going to start with my own question. So Superintendent, what you're asking for us to do tonight is to move forward with this CIP proposal as approved at the committee level and as we considered at first read last week, just noting the slight decrease from 3.4 to $3.3 million given the adjustment that you identified in the cost of the boiler here.
Yeah.
And then you're going to move forward to figure out a path forward to
get as close as we possibly can. So that's the commitment that we've made, is to try to figure out, and I tried to articulate some of the ways that we might get there. But yes, that's correct. So I am asking you to approve the 3.3, not 3.4 million request. Again, just for context for those who are new and haven't been around the CIP process, we oftentimes don't get everything that we ask for. In fact, that's the mode. So it is, I still think it's important. This is the work that the, staff has done, the committee has done, and subsequently that we've brought to the board. And so I would like for you to advance that proposal. And then, in the end, we will get what we get. And there will be, ongoing discussions, which we've, again, we've been in very productive conversations with the city around.
And I'll just, for context, before we go to questions, I'll just say that this already has come down substantially. We can talk about it started at
4.8.
4.8. I think it even started higher than that. So in any case, it's come down quite substantially as a result of feedback from the city, notwithstanding our very real needs in terms of facility work. Ms. Russell Better. Oh, that's not a question. All right. Let's see. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, so everyone's clear about what we're doing here? Okay, I'm going to move to public comment. Is there any public comment? This is specifically on our FY23 capital improvement projects. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and move to board discussion. Is there any board discussion? Mr. Youssef.
Just want to understand, is this 3.4 gonna go to referendum? How this works?
No, CIP is the city's annual bonding for capital projects. And Brendan, maybe you can help me with this if I get in trouble, but it's basically, it does not, there's in the charter a certain amount that requires something to go to referendum, and this is below that threshold. Is that roughly accurate?
Yeah, correct. It's 1/2 of 1% of the city's state equalized valuation would require us to go to referendum. So right now, the city's state equalized valuation is 12 billion. So 1/2 of 1% would be any single item of capital improvement over 6 million would require a referendum. So the elementary schools triggered that, and none of these projects, and really no typical regular CIP project would ever trigger that threshold.
Thank you so much. That was helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Youssef. Is there any board discussion? I don't see any hands, so I'll just say that we know the 3.3 is not nearly what's needed to just maintain our current facilities, our current programs. In 2017, the comprehensive report showed that we need to make $320 million of investments over 20 years. That would average $16 million of investments per year, and that is just to keep up our current facilities, our current programs. So I'll vote tonight to approve this $3.3 million, but need to acknowledge that it is insufficient to meet our needs, to keep up our buildings. And the trade-offs we're making in terms of things that we moved, priorities that we moved off this list to get it to $3.3 million are tough investments to put off. And I'm acknowledging that we may not, as the superintendent has indicated, we may not be able to move forward with even just the projects that are before us tonight. So with that, by roll call vote, please indicate whether you support approving the FY 2023 capital improvement projects. Mr. Superintendent, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Bondo?
Yes.
Mr. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Russell Better?
Yes.
Ms. Biliu?
Yes.
Mr. Youssef?
Yes.
Ms. Diu?
Yes.
And Chair Fegdor?
Yes. So the motion passes unanimously with our student voting with the majority. Next, we are on to new business, first read of the school year 2023 calendar. And that, of course, will be on our agenda for our next meeting. So we are about to adjourn. I want to remind the board that after we adjourn, we have an executive session. And our next meeting is on March 1st, our next full board meeting. So with that, thank you so much, everyone, for your work tonight, for your participation, for your listening in and being with us. Is there a motion to adjourn? Ms. Biliu? seconded by Ms. Russell Better. Just with a show of hands, please indicate. And we are adjourned at 10:10 p.m.